Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. So finally I have created a video on MERN stack on my YouTube channel and I hope you are very excited to learn MERN stack with me. So we will build this tour application with MongoDB, Express, React and Node.js in today's video. And we are also going to use Redux Toolkit in this application to manage all asynchronous requests in our client side. So this way you will also learn to manage Redux Toolkit in your React application on large scale. So let's have a quick demo of this application which we are going to build in this video. So let me first log out from this application. So this is our login page and user has two options to log in our application. So either he can log in with normal email and password or with Google sign in. I will show you both way. So first let's log in with email and password. So I'm going to log in with the email like johndoe@gmail.com and the password is 123456. Let's click on login. Now user is successfully able to log in our application. Now let's log out from this application and try to log in with Google. So let's click on Google sign in, select this account. So now user is successfully able to log in with the Google as well. Now I'm going to show you the sign up feature in this application. So let's log out again, and if you don't have account, so you can click on this, you will navigate towards the sign up page. So let's give the first name here like test, last name let's give user, let's give email like testuser@gmail.com 123456. Let's give the same password here as well, 123456. Let's click on register. So now user is successfully able to register in this application as well. So this is our home page where we are displaying all the tour that we have in our MongoDB, and this application is also responsive. You can verify this one by decreasing the screen size. So if you decrease the screen size, you can see that this application is fully responsive. So in this React application we are using Material Design Bootstrap library, which is responsible for this responsive in our app. You can also read more detail about a specific tour by clicking on this read more. So if you click on read more, you will navigate towards the specific tour page. Now it's time to add new tour in our application. So let's click on this add tour. So let's give the title. So mention I'm going to give over here. Let's give the description here, and let's add some tag here like test tag mention. Okay, let's select image file. So I'm going to select this image. Let's click on submit. So we have successfully added tour in this application. You can see that tour is added in our home page. Now let's talk about the dashboard. So let's click on dashboard. So at the moment it's showing only one tour because this user is created only one tour in this application. So I'm going to log out from this application and I'm going to sign in with that user which have some more tour. So let's log in with the John Doe. So johndoe@gmail.com, password let's give here, and let's click on login and let's click on dashboard. Now this user has some more tour. So in dashboard we are showing only those tour which is created by this logged in user, and from dashboard only you can perform delete and edit operation. So let's perform delete operation first. So if you click on this trash icon, this tour will get deleted from this application. So now you can see that we have successfully able to delete tour from our application, and you can also update this tour as well. So let's click on this edit icon and let's just remove this one and let's click on update. Now you can see that this tour got updated successfully, and if you go to dashboard, and from dashboard it also got updated. So this is the overall application that we are going to build in today's video with the help of MongoDB, Express, React and Node. And guys, I have also planned an extension of this application in future where I will be adding some more feature in this current application like search functionality, like functionality, getting tour by tags, pagination, deployment and many more. So before we get start working on this application, if you haven't subscribed this channel, then please subscribe this channel and like the video as well if you find out that useful. And one more important announcement I wanted to make here before we get started. So if you wanted to learn latest stuff related to Android, then you can subscribe this channel. You will get here latest content on Android. So please check out this channel and also please subscribe this channel as well. I will provide the channel link in description. So please check out the description. So let us start working on this application. So as you can see that I am in this directory, and inside this directory we are going to set up our folder for backend and frontend. So for backend I have already created a folder that is server, and for frontend we will create later. So I have already opened this directory into my Visual Studio Code. So let's go into the VS Code. So you can see that this directory is open in my VS Code, and here what I'm going to do first. So I'm going to do inside this directory, and I'm going to open one command prompt. So we are going to start everything from scratch. So first I'm going to do npm init. So you can hit enter, enter. Okay. So here you can give yes. Now if you go back to your VS Code, so you can see that here we have got our one package.json file. Okay, so first we have to do some adjustment here in our package.json file. So in our backend we are going to use module. So here we need to provide the type. Okay, and that will be the module, because we are going to use import statement to bring the package from our node module. We are not going to use require here, so that's why I am using here module. Now after that what we have to do, so first I'm going to install some packages here inside our package.json file. So let's open the cmd. Let's just do a clear first, and I'm going to install the package. Like the package first I'm going to install bcrypt to secure the password. So bcrypt bcrypt.js. So the next package we are going to install cores. So cores help us to access API in our front end that we have created in our backend. So we need to install this one. The next one we need to install Express. The next package we are going to install JSON web token. Then we need to install Mongoose here. After that Morgan. So Morgan is a HTTP request logger. So whenever you make API request, we can easily see in our console. So this package is required. So let's install this package first. So it will take around 1 to 2 minutes to install all these packages. So let's wait for the package installation. Now we need to also install one more package, that is Nodemon. So this package we are going to install as a dev dependency. So we need this package. So whenever you do changes in any file, so you don't need to start server manually. So Nodemon automatically restart server every time whenever you make any changes in file. So let's install this package as a dev dependency, and let's wait for the package installation. So our Nodemon package got installed, you can see that here, and it installed as dev dependency. Now we are going to create one file inside this server folder, that is index.js, where we are going to set up our Express server. So first I'm going to set up a very basic server. So what I'm going to do, so import Express from Express. I'm going to define here port. So const port equal to 5000. So our backend will run on the 5000 port. And after that, let initialize our express server. So const app equal to express, and here we can have our first route, and this route I will remove later. So first I'm checking over here like our express server is running or not. So let's do here like request response, and we can do like res.send. Okay, after that we can do like app.listen. We can specify port. We can have one callback in which we can give message like server running on port 5. Okay, so I have just put here port variable, and we need to write one script here. So inside this we can give here like dev, and I'm going to give here like Nodemon and index.js. So this is our file. Now let's verify this one. So before verify we need to give here like hello express. Okay, now let's open the command prompt. Let's clear out this one, and let's do npm run dev. So Nodemon is running here. Now we can verify this one in browser. So you can see that we have got our console as well, that is server running on port 5000. So let's verify this one in browser as well. So you can see that we have got our hello express message that we are sending from our index.js file. So we have successfully able to set up our basic express server. So the next thing, we are going to set up our MongoDB. So first we need to create a database in a MongoDB. So let's go into the browser, and I have already logged into my MongoDB account. So you must have a MongoDB account in order to create a database in MongoDB. So here what I'm going to do, so I'm going to create a new project, and I'm going to give a project name here like tour app. Okay, now click on next, create project. After that we have to build a database. So we are going to use here free version. So let's click on this one, create, and you can use any cluster here. So I'm not going to touch here anything. So I'm just going to click on create cluster. Now I'm going to give here username. So username I'm just going to give here like code with Vishal. Okay, and the password will be the simple 1 2 3 4 5 6, and I'm going to create here user. So it's saying password provided is 2 weeks. So I'm going to generate here password. So let's generate here, and let's see what is the password. So I'm going to save this one in my VS Code. So let's save here for now. Let's click on create user. So user is created here. Now the next thing, I'm going to add my IP address here. So I have just added my current IP address. Now we can click on this finish and close. Go to database. So it will take 2 to 3 minutes to create a cluster. So guys, cluster is created now. So we need to click on this connect. So we have to establish MongoDB connection in our application. So I'm going to choose here connect your application, that is second option. So here we have got our MongoDB string. So we need to copy this one, and let's go to the VS Code, and I'm going to paste here. Now we can close this one. Now let's go back to VS Code again. So now we are going to establish a connection with MongoDB. So what we can do here, so first we need to bring mongoose, import mongoose from mongoose. Okay, then we need to bring course from course. Okay, then we also need to bring Morgan to log our HTTP request. So let's bring the Morgan as well. After that, what we have to do, so we can put this one here for now, and after this line we are going to have our app.use. So Morgan is a middleware, so it will help us to log our HTTP request in a console, that is command prompt only. So we need to give here dev. Now app.use, and here I'm going to use express.json, and here we can give the limit. So I'm going to give here limit like 30 MB and extended true. Okay, extended will be the true. Now let's copy this one, and this will be the URL encoded, and again limit will be the 30 MB and extended will be the true only. After that, what we have to do, so now here we are going to have one variable, that is MongoDB URL. Okay, and I'm going to put whatever the string we have copied from our MongoDB. So let's copy this one and paste it over here, and here we have to provide the password. So password we have already copied this one, and don't use this credential because I'm going to change the password, so it won't work for you. So I have given the password here. Now this thing also we need to change. So this is our DB name, so I wanted to give the DB name like tour DB. Okay, so this will be our database name, and the rest of the thing will stay as it is. Now after that, so we can remove this one, we don't need this one. So we can have here mongoose, and inside this we can pass our MongoDB URL, and after that we have to use here then. Okay, and inside this we are going to have one function, so that will be like app.listen. Okay, and here we can give port and one callback function, and we can have console log, and we can give here like server running on port 5000, and in case if you have any kind of error, so we can handle here itself. So catch error, and we can give here like console.log, and whatever the error we are getting from our MongoDB we can specify here, and we can give message like did not connect. Since it is in one line, so we can get rid of this curly bracket. Okay, and we have forgot to use course, so let's use the course as well. So after this URL encoded, we have to use app.use course. Okay, So let's save this file and let's open the terminal. So it's saying mongoose is not a function. So here we are missing one method like connect. Okay, so it will be mongoose.connect. Let's save this file. Okay, and let's open the command prompt. So now you can see that we are not getting any error. So we have successfully able to set up our MongoDB in our backend. So the next thing we are going to structure our backend project. So I am going to create some folder here. So the first folder will be like models. Okay. Then we are going to have routes folder. Then we are going to have folder like middleware, and another folder we are going to have like controllers, in which we are going to have our business logic. So first I'm going to start with the models. So first I'm going to implement the authentication. So user.js, let's create this one file, user.js. So before we create API, so we need to create a model here with the help of Mongoose. So first I'm going to start with the model for the user. So we need to bring Mongoose. So let's bring the Mongoose from our Mongoose, and it will be like const user schema mongoose.schema, and the first will be like name. So it will be type. So the type will be the string. Okay, and required will be the true. So now we have to create the same thing for other field as well, that is email, password, Google ID. Okay, so so the second will be the email, and this will be also true. This will be the password. So we are also going to store the password if user is registered with normal email and password, and this will be the false because we are also going to implement the Google sign-in. So in case of Google sign-in, we will not able to store the password for that user. So that's the reason it will be the false, and this field will be the Google ID. So we are also going to store the Google ID, and this will also false because it depends on user whether he is going to register with normal email or password or just login with the Google. So in that case, Google ID will not stored if user is registered with the normal email and password. So that's the reason this field will be also false. The next will be the ID, and here we are just going to give type as a string. So this will be our model for user. Then we have to do like export default mongoose dot model, and here we can give like user, and it will be user schema. So our model is ready. Now we have to work on our controller. So let's create one file with the same name, that is user.js. Now here what we have to do, so first we need to bring bcrypt here. So bcrypt from bcrypt.js. Then we need to bring jwt from JSON web token, and we have to also bring the user model that we have created. So user model from models folder, then user.js. After that we have to specify one secret. So secret we can give here like test. Okay, test. Okay, now we are going to write a controller for sign up. So we can define one function here, export const sign up. and this will be the async, and it will have request and response. And after that, what we have to do, so from request body we are going to receive first name, last name, password and email during the registration. So let's bring this email, password. So we are going to receive from our front end. So once we start working on our React application, we are going to send all this detail in the body. So let's first destructure here all this thing that we are going to pass from our React application, and this will be the last name. After that we are going to use try catch, and inside try, first we are going to check like if the same user is try to sign up, then we are going to avoid that one. So const old user is equal to await and user model dot find one, and here we are going to check with the email because email will be the unique, and if you find out that it is the same user that is try to sign up again, then what we can do here, so we can just put a return here. So the below code don't get execute, so return response dot status. So we can return the status like 400 if user is already existing, and we can give message like user already exists. So we can give here message like user already exist. Okay, so whatever the code we are going to return below this if condition is not going to execute if the user is already existed. After that we are going to protect our password, so const hash password, and here we are going to use await bcrypt dot hash and password, and we can give the length here 12. After that we are going to have our result, so result is equal to await user model dot create, and we can pass here email, password. So password will be the hash password only, and name. So in case of name we are just going to combine this first name and last name, so first name and last name. Okay, like this way. Then we have to generate a token here, so const token jwt dot sign, and here we are going to have our like email, so it will be like result dot email, then id, so it will be like result dot underscore id, and after that what we are going to do, so we can pass here secret, and we can also specify like expiry time of this token, so we can give here expire in, and our token is going to expire in 1 hour, so we can specify this one. Okay, now after that we can just send here like response dot status 201 dot json, and we are going to send the result along with token. Okay, and let's handle the cache block as well. So inside this we are going to handle the error part. In case of error, we can just give like response dot status, and we can give here 500, and with JSON response, so message we can give here like something went wrong. And we can also do a console log, so let's do that one as well. Now let's format this one. So our first controller is ready. Now we have to register our API, so I'm going to create a route here. So again I'm going to create a file with the user.js only, and here what we have to do, so here we need to bring express, so express from express, and here we are going to define our router, so router equal to express, so router is inbuilt with the express, so express.router, and then we have to bring our controller that we have defined in our user.js file inside this controller folder. So let's first go into this folder, that is controllers, and the file is user.js, and we need to bring signup. Okay, after that router dot post, and we have to specify the route here, so it will be like signup, and we have to specify here our controller, so signup. After that we have to export this router, so export default router. Now let's go into the index.js file, and here we can bring our, and here we have to bring the user router, so user router from, so we have to go to the routes folder, and the file is user.js. After that we have to use like app.use, and we can specify the initial API endpoint, so it will be like user. Okay, and after that we can specify here user router, so our API will become like this. Okay, so http/localhost 5000, and it will start with the users, then sign up. Okay, so we are done with our first API, so we can verify this API in our Postman. So I'm going to open Postman first here, so you can see that I have already pasted the URL here, and make sure to select post here, and in the body we have to select raw, and it will be JSON, so let's select JSON, and I'm going to provide here first name, so first name it will be John, last name I'm going to give Doe, email I'm going to give here johndoe@gmail.com, and the last one is password, so you can give your password 123456. Okay, and let's click on send. So now you can see that we have got two things from our response, that is result and token. So in result we have a name, email, and password. You can see that password is now hashed, so this is hashed password, and we have got one ID, unique ID from our MongoDB, and we have got this token. Now you can also verify this one in our MongoDB, so let's go into the MongoDB, and here you have to click on browse collection, so let's click on that one, and now you can see that we have got our user model here, and inside that we have stored our first user, that is John Doe, with name, email, and password. So we have successfully able to store our first user in MongoDB with the help of signup API. Now the next thing, I'm going to create a API for sign in as well. So we have already one user in our MongoDB, so we can perform the sign in operation with the same user. So guys, we have created our first endpoint, that is sign up. Now it's time to create the sign-in API as well, because we have already one user in our MongoDB. So let's do that one as well. So we need to go back to our user.js file, and here I'm going to create one more function here. So export const sign in. This will be also async. It will having request response, and we are going to receive email and password from our request body. So request.body, and we can destructure email and password that we are going to receive. So we got this email and password. So again we are going to use here try catch block. So in try, so first we have to check here like if user is exist or not. So old user, const old user, and await. You can give here like user model dot find one, and we are going to check with the email. So if this user is exist, then only we can allow user to sign in. So if user is not exist, so if we check here like if user is not exist, then we can simply return like response dot status 4 not 4, and we can send one JSON response like user, and we can send message like user does not exist. So we can give here like user does not exist. So whatever the below code we are going to write is not going to execute. We have to first check, and after that we have to check if password is correct or not. So is password correct, then is password is correct or not. So await bcrypt dot compare. So the password that we are going to receive, we have to pass here, and we have to check with the password that we have inside this old user. So old user dot password. Okay, so again we have to do like if password is not correct. So if password is not correct, then we are going to send a status with the 400. So 400, and again we can send here JSON response like with the message invalid credential. So let's keep the message here. Now if everything is okay, then we can allow user to log in with the token. So const token is equal to jwt.sign, and here we can give here like email old user dot email id old user dot id. Then we can pass here secret. We have to pass here secret, and again we have to specify the expiry time of this token. So it will be 1 hour, and then we can send here status response dot status, and status we can send here 200 with the JSON response like result, and we can give here like old user, and we are also going to send the token. Okay, now let's handle the catch block as well. So if you got any kind of error, so inside this we can just copy this 2 line of code again. So let's copy this 2 line of code, and we can paste it over here. So we have completed our business logic in our controller. So let's register this route as well in our user.js file under route folder. So I'm just going to copy this one, and this route will be the sign in, and we have to bring our controller as well for sign in, and we have to specify here sign in. Okay, so guys, now let's go into the Postman whether user is able to log in or not. So we have already one user in our MongoDB, so we are going to use the same email and password. So I'm going to open one tab here, and here let's just copy this URL. Okay, and this will be the post, and the route will be the sign in, I mean our API endpoint, and the body we have to select raw, and it will be the JSON. So I'm going to give here email. So email, I'm going to log in with the John Doe that we have in our MongoDB. So it will be johndoe@gmail.com, and I'm going to give here password. So the password was 123456. So let's try with the wrong password first. So let's click on send. So now you can see that we have got JSON response like invalid credential. Now let's log in with the user that is not exist. So let's give here 123. Let's click on send. So now this time you can see that user does not exist because we don't have user with this email in our MongoDB. So let's remove this one, and this time we are going to log in with the correct credential. So that is 6. So our password was 123456. Now let's click on send. So now you can see that we have got our result here, which contain ID, name, email, password along with the token. So we have created two endpoints so far now, that is sign up and sign in. So at this stage we have enough endpoint to start working on our front end, that is React. So let's go into the directory, and inside this I'm going to create a React project. So I'm going to open one command prompt, and I'm going to create a React project with the command npx create React app, and the project name I'm going to give here client. Okay, so it will take around 2 to 3 minutes to install all the necessary dependency. So I'll be back once all the dependency got installed. So look like our project setup is now complete. So first let's go into this directory, that is client, and before we do npm start, I wanted to install some dependency that is required to build our front-end application. So I'm going to install the package like Redux Toolkit. So we are going to use Redux Toolkit here to deal with the asynchronous stuff. So let's install this Redux Toolkit package. After that we are going to install React Router DOM. Router is important here, and after that we are going to install the package mdb react ui kit. Okay, so in this project we are going to use material design Bootstrap, and we need to install movement as well. Movement, we need to install React file base 64 because we are going to upload the image as well. So we need this one. Then we need to install React Google login. After that we have to install React Redux. Then we need to install React Toastify. Then we need to install Material UI core as well, because we are going to use one component, that is chip component, that is not available in Material Design Bootstrap. So we need to install this package as well, and we need to also install Material UI chip input, because we are going to provide tags while creating a tour. So we need this one. We also need access to make a API request with our backend. So I think this much package is required to build our application. So let's install this package, and let's wait for the package installation. So I'll be back once all the package get installed. So our all dependency got installed now. So let's do npm start. Okay, so let's wait for the application load into the browser. So guys, our React application is successfully loaded into the browser. So here you can see that a client folder is created. So inside this we have our source and we have our package.json file. So we have installed this many packages in our front end. Now let's do some cleanup. So I'm going to app.js file and I'm going to remove all this content. Okay, and I'm going to give here like hello React. Okay, let's remove the logo file as well. And let's go to the browser. So now you can see that we have got our hello React. The next thing, I wanted to configure material design Bootstrap in our React application. So I'm going to the official website of material design Bootstrap and I have selected this Bootstrap 5 version. Okay, so we need to configure this material design Bootstrap in our front end. So first we need to bring the CSS file from material design Bootstrap. So I'm just copying the import statement and in index.js file we can paste it here. After that we need to go back again material design Bootstrap and here I'm going to copy this style sheet because we are also going to use some icon in this application, and that style sheet I'm going to paste inside this index.html file. And the next thing, we have to copy this style sheet as well for the font and we have to paste it here as well in index.html file, and we have to copy this font family as well from body and we have to paste in our index.css file. So it will be this. Okay, so this font family we are going to use. Now if you go back to the browser, so you can see that our font got changed. So that means we have successfully configured material design Bootstrap in our React application. Now the next thing what I wanted to do, so first I wanted to structure our project. So I'm going to create some folder here under the source only. So the folder will be component. Okay, the second folder will be the pages, and again we are going to have one more folder, that is Redux. So only this much folder is required. So after that I am going to configure React 25 as well in our application. So let's go to the app.js file and here I'm going to bring, and here I'm going to paste two import statement from React 25. Let's remove this one, we don't need. And here I'm just going to paste this toast container. So we have also configured React 25 in our application. So guys, now I'm going to enable routing in this application. So first I'm going to create some file in this pages folder. So we are going to have login.js. We are going to have one register page. Okay, register.js, and then we are going to have home.js. Okay, so for now I'm going to register 3 route only. So here I'm just going to generate some snippet using RFCE. So let's generate this snippet first, and here we can give just home. Okay, and let's generate the snippet in login.js file as well, and for now let's just give login. Okay, and same thing I'm going to do in register.js file, and this will be register. Okay, now let's come to app.js file, and here from React router DOM we need to bring some components to enable routing. So we are going to bring browser router, routes, and route. Okay, So we are using here React Router DOM version 6. So switch is no longer available in updated version of React Router DOM. So we have to use routes here. Now let's remove this one, and we are going to have routes here. So it will be routes, and inside that we are going to have our different route. So first route we are going to have our home page, and we have to provide element, and here we have to bring our home component. Okay, likewise I'm going to register rest of the route, that is login and register. So it will be login, and the component will be the login, and this will be the register. Okay, and this will be register component. Okay, now let's save this one, and we have to also provide the browser router wrapper. So let's provide that one as well, otherwise routing will not work. Let's cut this one and put it inside browser router, and let's go into the browser, refresh this one. So still compiling, I guess. So now we have got our home page here, and if I go to login, so login page will get rendered, and if I give here register, so register will get rendered. So first I'm going to start with the login page, because we have already one data is stored in our MongoDB. So first we are going to implement the login functionality. So let's go to the VS Code first. So first I'm going to bring couple of hooks from React, that is use state, use effect. We need to bring some component from our MDB React UI kit to build the form. So MDB React UI kit, and we need the component like MDB card. So we need card component, we need MDB card body, we need MDB input, we need MDB card footer, we need MDB validation, we need MDB BTN, we need MDB icon, we need MDB spinner. Okay, so these many component is required from our material design Bootstrap to build the form component. Now we also need link from our React router DOM. So let's bring the link as well. So for now that much import is required to build the form. Now we are going to define the initial state of the form. So let's define the initial state of the form. So it's gonna having a email, which will be the empty, and we are going to have password, which will be the empty. Okay, and inside this we are going to have our form value. So form value, set form value, it's gonna having a use state. Now first I am going to destructure this email and password from the form value. So we need to provide the initial state inside here, and here we can destructure our email and password, and after that we are going to work on our form components. So you have to work inside this return part. So I'm going to have div here with some inline styling. So the line styling I'm going to give here like margin auto, and padding I'm going to give here 15 pixel. Max width I'm going to give here 450 pixel. Align content, it's gonna be center, and let's give the margin top as well little bit. Okay, So that will be 120 pixel. Okay. Now inside this div, we are going to have our card component. So MDB card, and I'm going to give here alignment center. Then I'm going to have MDB icon. Okay. Then it will be FAS. So font awesome icon we are going to use. Icon will be user circle. Okay. And we can give here class name fa-2x. So basically we are increasing the size of icon. After that we can have an h5 tag in which we can give sign in. Okay. Now we are going to have MDB card body. Okay. And inside that we are going to use MDB validation. Okay. And inside this we are going to have on submit, and let's define the method handle submit, and let's define this method outside this return so that we don't get any error. Okay. So we will add the logic later, so I have just defined. After that we have to provide one props, that is no validate, and we have to give one class name like row g-3. Now I'm going to use one div with the class name col-md-12. Okay. Inside that I'm going to use MDB input component. So label I'm going to give here email. Type I'm going to give here email. Value will be the email that we have in our state. Name we have to give here, so name will be the email. On change method we have to give here, that will be like on input change. So this method also we have to define outside the return. So I'm just going to copy this one, and this will be on input change. Okay. After that what we have to do, so this field will be the mandatory, so I'm just making it required, and if it's fail then we have to provide invalid, and then we have to provide the validation. So I'm going to give here message, error message like please provide your email. Okay. Now so for password I have just copied this one, this entire div, and I'm just going to paste it over here, and I'm going to change the label. So this time it will be the password. This will be the password. Type also will become password only. Value will be the password. Name will be the password, and on change method will stay as it is, and the message will get changed here. So it will be please provide your password. Okay. Now after that we are going to have one more div with the class name col-12, and inside this we are going to have one button. Okay. And this button I'm going to give some inline styling. So width I'm going to give here 100%, and let's give class name here empty-2, that is margin top. Okay. And here I'm just going to give login. Okay. So after this MDB card body we are going to have MDB card footer component. So MDB card footer, and inside that I'm going to use link, and inside this link I'm going to have one p tag. Okay. inside that we can have something like, if you don't have account, then please sign up, something like that we can give message. So don't have an account, then do sign up. Okay, and it will navigate towards the register page. So we can give here like /register. Okay, so let's first see whether we are able to see our form component or not on login page. So let's go to the login page. So guys, our form component looking nice over here, and let's click on this one, don't have account. So it will navigate towards our sign up page, that is register page. Now let's give some logic inside that on input change, and for now this handle submit will receive event, and we can just give like e dot prevent default. Okay, so basically to prevent the default behavior of browser, and here it will also receive event. And I'm going to first destructure from e dot target like name and value, and then I'm going to set the form value. So form value, and it's gonna be name value. Okay, so let's go into the browser and see whether we are able to type something or not. So we are able to type here. Now let's click on login so that we can able to see the error message for each respective input field. So now we are getting the message as well for each respective input field, and if you type something, the message will gone. So this is working. So here it is the email field, so you have to give email, proper email, then only error message will get disappear. So our login form is ready. So the next thing, we wanted to first configure Redux Toolkit in this React application. So first I'm going to do that one, then only we will able to integrate our backend API with our frontend. So let's do that one. So inside this Redux folder we are going to have couple of files. So first we are going to have our store.js, then we are going to have our API file one, so api.js, and then we are going to have one folder that is feature. Okay, and since we are performing the authentication process in this React application, so first I'm going to create a auth slice. So auth slice.js. Okay, and first we are going to work a little bit on this auth slice only. So next thing what we have to do, so we have to bring create slice and create async thing from our Redux toolkit. So let's bring that one, create slice and create async thing. Okay, after that what we have to do, so I am going to define auth slice first here. So auth slice is equal to create slice, then I am going to define the slice name here. So slice name will be the auth, and let's define the initial state of our application. So the initial state will be the user and it will be the null initially. Then if you're going to have some kind of error, for that also I'm going to define the error property inside this initial state, and then we are going to have loading. Okay, so we have defined our initial state. Now let's do like export default auth slice dot reducer. Okay, now we have to configure our store after that. So let's go to the store.js file, and here we need to bring configure store from our Redux toolkit. Okay, so let's bring that one, configure store. After that we have to bring that auth slice. So we are going to bring like auth reducer. So slice nothing but here it's acting as a reducer only. So import auth reducer from features folder from auth slice. After that we have to do like export default configure reducer, and here we have to give reducer, and after that we have to register our auth reducer with the key. So we are going to use key here auth to this auth reducer. So we will able to access the state with the value of key auth in our component. So we have successfully configured our store in this application. Now the next thing we have to do one last configuration in our index.js file. So here we need to bring provider from our React Redux. So from React Redux we need to bring provider so that we can provide a store to our app component, and let's bring the store as well. Now I'm going to wrap this app component with the provider. Let's put app inside this provider and let's provide the store. So we have provided a store to our app component. Now let's go into the browser and verify whether we have successfully able to configure Redux Toolkit or not, and refresh this one, and let's open the Redux tab tool. So I'm going to open this one, and you can see in our Redux tab tool we have got our this auth. Okay, so we have got user error and loading. So this initial state we have defined in our auth slice. So you can see that in VS Code. So here in auth slice.js file we have defined our initial state of our application. So if you are able to see this state value in your Redux tab tool, that means you have successfully able to configure Redux Toolkit in your React application. Okay, so let's go to the VS Code first. So we have successfully configured Redux Toolkit in our application. So the next thing we are going to work on our first action so that user can able to log in our application. So first I'm going to start with our api.js file. So here what we have to do, so here first we need to bring Axios. Okay, from Axios. After that what we have to do, so here I'm going to define API const here and Axios.create, and I'm going to define here base URL. So here I'm just going to provide the backend endpoint. So our backend is running on localhost 5000. So localhost 5000, and after that we have to do export const sign in. Okay, sign in, and we are going to receive our form data, then API, and this is a post request, so it will be post, and we have to give here endpoint, so users slash sign in. Okay, and here we have to provide our form data. Now we have created this endpoint, so now we have to work on this auth slice.js file, and first I'm going to create an action. So it will be like export const, so it will be like login. Okay, and we are going to use here create async thing to make our asynchronous request. So first we have to provide the action type, which will be the string, so auth slash login, and the second argument will be the callback function here, so it will be async, and here we are going to make a asynchronous call. So here we are going to use try catch block. Okay, and if you get any error, then we can do console.log. Okay, I will show you how you can read the error message as well. So for now, just do console log. Okay, and first let's do little bit work on our login page. Okay, otherwise you will get confused what I'm doing over here. So first let's go to the login.js file. Okay, and here we have to bring couple of things. So we need to bring from React Redux. So we need to bring here use dispatch. Okay, and let's save this file as well. And let's also bring the use selector as well. And we also going to require use navigate. Let's bring the toast as well from our React Toastify. Okay, so let's bring the toast. After that, what I'm going to do, so first I will store the reference of use dispatch into a dispatch variable. So const dispatch is equal to use dispatch. So with this way we will able to dispatch our action that we have created in our auth/.js file. Okay, so in handle submit, what we have to do, so first I'm checking here if we have the email and password, then only user allowed to login. So then only we are going to dispatch our action. So dispatch login. So VS Code automatically import that login action from auth slice, and here I'm going to provide couple of things. Okay, so first we have to provide the form value. So this is mandatory, in which we have our email and password. The next thing I wanted to provide the navigate. So we have bring use navigate. So let's store the reference of use navigate into a navigate variable. So after successful login, I wanted to navigate towards the home page. So first we have to store the reference into a navigate variable of use navigate. Then we can pass this navigate into our action. Okay, and we have also bring the toast. So also I'm going to pass the toast because I wanted to show some kind of message like login successfully. So let's save this file and let's first go to the login action here. Now since here we can only accept one argument, okay, and from our login.js we have sent in the object. If we are sending one argument, then we can simply send like this way, like form value. But if you wanted to send navigate, then it won't allow. Okay, so you cannot pass the argument more than one. So if you wanted to pass the argument more than one, then you have to pass in the object form. That's the reason I am doing this way. So if you have only one value, then you can simply pass without object. But if you wanted to pass more than one value, so you have to pass in the form of the object. So now how we are going to receive this value in our this action. So what we have to do, so here I'm going to destructure those values. So form value we can destructure like this way. Here we can also destructure the navigate, because after successful login I wanted to navigate towards the home page and I wanted to show the message. So we can also destructure the toast as well. And after that, so first I wanted to bring the API from our api.js file. So import as API from API. Okay, now in try, what we have to do, so here we are going to have response. So const response is equal to await API dot sign in. Okay, and here we have to provide the form value. Okay, after that I wanted to show the success message. So toast dot success, and we can give the message here like login successfully. Okay, now after that I wanted to navigate towards the home page, so I can specify the route here, and then we can return response dot data. So this create async thing basically generate a 3 promise life cycle that we are going to deal inside our extra reducer object. So it generate a promise life cycle like pending, fulfill and rejected. So those life cycle we are going to evaluate in our extra reducer. So here we are going to have like login dot pending. Okay, and we are going to have a state and action, and here state dot loading will become true. Okay, likewise we are going to have another life cycle, that is login dot fulfilled. Okay, so in that case what I wanted to do, so first this state dot loading will become false. Okay, that means we have got our data from our backend, so loading will become false. After that what we have to do, so here we are going to set our all the data like so we are going to save our all the data like id, email, password and token in local storage first. So I'm going to use here local storage dot set item, and I'm going to provide the key here profile, and I'm going to give here json dot stringify. Okay, and here whatever the payload we are receiving from our backend, I'm just going to store in our local storage, so action dot payload. Now the same thing I also wanted to do for the user state. Okay, so state dot user is equal to action dot payload, and we are going to have rejected as well, and here we have to give comma, otherwise we will get error. And the last life cycle is rejected, so login dot rejected. Okay, and inside that state dot loading will false. We can give here like state dot error equal to action dot payload dot message. Here we have to give message. Okay, why? Because if you go back to our server folder, so if you go to the user controller, so if user login with that email that doesn't exist, so we are sending this message, so we have to do like this in our auth/.js. Okay, so with that way you will able to store the message in this error property that we have defined in our initial state. Okay, and before we do login, so here I have done a small mistake, so it will be navigate. Okay, so let's change over here as well, so it will be navigate, otherwise you will not able to navigate towards the home page after successful login. So let's try this one whether it's working or not. So we need to go to browser and refresh this one first, and I'm going to log in with the correct email and password, so johndoe@gmail.com, and the password is 123456. Now let's click on login. Now you can see that we have got the message like login successfully, and if you check the dev tool, so we have got the user. with result and token. So it has name, email, password, okay, along with the token. And let's also verify whether we are able to store in local storage or not. So you can see that in local storage also we have able to store our result and token with the profile key. So both places we are able to store the result and token. So let's close this one. Now let's go to login again, and let's open this one as well, okay, and let's open this network tab. Now let's try to log in with the user that is not exist, okay. So let's give something random user. So it is not exist in our MongoDB. Let's give some random password, and if you click on login, you will get message here, okay, in the response. So we are getting a message like user does not exist. But if you open the Redux tab tool, so you can see that error state is still empty, but we are getting the message here user does not exist. So this thing we are going to handle now, okay. So we need to go to VS Code, and what I can do here, so here I can destructure the reject with value, okay. So this used basically to capture any error message that is coming from our backend. So we can simply here return reject with value. So it will be like error dot response dot data, okay. And our error message is coming with the message property. If you look at in our controller, so we are sending all the error message in the message, that is user does not exist or invalid credential, okay. So let's go to this auth slice. So this change we have to do, and in order to show the error message in the form of toast notification, so we have to do some adjustment in our login page. So here what we have to do, so we need to extract the state value from our store. So use selector I'm going to use, and our auth slice is registered with the auth key. Now we can destructure here loading and error, okay. Now I'm going to utilize one React hook, that is use effect, to show the error. So use effect, and this use effect only run once we have error, okay. And here we can do like, if we have the error, then do like toast dot error, and we have to provide the error that is coming from our backend. And let's also use this loading as well. So I'm going to use loading in our login button, okay. So if we have the loading, then I wanted to show the spinner, okay. So here I'm going to use MDB spinner, and size will be the small. Role I'm going to give here status, okay. And tag, let's give span, and class name let's give here me-2, and let's give the class name here me-2. We will verify this one later. First we are going to verify whether error is coming or not in the form of toast notification. So let's go into the browser, refresh this one. Let's try to log in with the user that is does not exist in our MongoDB. So let's give some random email, random password, click on login. So now you can see that we got the message like user does not exist. Now let's try the user that we have, okay, like johndoe@gmail.com, and let's give the incorrect password. Now let's click on login. So we are getting here invalid credential. So we are successfully able to read the error message that is coming from our backend. Okay, and let's refresh this one and let's try to log in johndoe@gmail.com and with the correct password. So I wanted to show the loading on the button, so let's click on login. So you can see that we have got that loading in our login button as well. So we have successfully implemented the login functionality in our application. So now we are going to work on our register functionality. So first I am going to start working on our form component for the register page. So let's work on this one. So for this, what I'm going to do, so I'm just going to copy entire thing and I'm just going to paste it over here, and let's change from login to register. Okay, and this will be the register. Okay, and let's comment this one for now, and we have to add some more initial state to our register form field. So we need to add here like first name, it will be empty, last name, it will be also empty, and we have already email password, and we have to also add one more field like confirm password. Okay, so confirm password. Okay, and here we have to destructure first name, last name, and confirm password. Handle submit, let's comment this one for now. On input chain will as it is, this styling will be as it is, and this will become sign up. Okay, and here we have got some additional field as well like first name, last name, and confirm password. So first I'm just going to copy this div. Okay, let's paste it here, and this will be call md6, and label will be the first name. Okay, type will be the text, value will be the first name, name will be the first name, required invalid will stay as it is, and in case of field is empty, so message will be like please provide your first name. Okay, now let's copy this one, let's paste it here, and this will be the last name, and this will be the last name only. Okay, let's copy this one, paste it here, and here we can give please provide your last name if field is empty. Now we have email, password. Now let's add one more field for confirm password. So let's copy this one, paste it over here, label will be like password confirm. Okay, type will be the password, and this will be confirm password. Okay, name will be the confirm password. Okay, and here we are going to have the message like please provide your confirm password. Okay, and the value of button will be the register. Okay, and here I am going to give a message like already have account, then please sign in. Already have an account, then sign in. Okay, and this time I'm going to change this route, so it will be navigate towards the login page. Let's first verify whether our form is showing or not on the register page. So let's go into the browser. Let's go to the register page. So we have got our beautiful sign up form here, which contain first name, last name, email, password, and password confirm. And if you click on already have an account, so you will able to navigate towards the sign in page, and from here you will able to navigate towards the register page. So this is working. So we have completed our form. Now the next thing, we have to work on our Redux part. So first I'm going to start with the API. So here it will be sign up. Okay, it will receive the form data and the route is sign up, and the API endpoint is sign up. Okay, now let's go to the auth slice, and here we have to just do copy paste. Okay, so I'm just going to copy entire create async thunk function, and I'm just going to paste it over here, and this will be register. Okay, and action type will be the register, and this will be the sign up. And after successful register, I wanted to navigate towards the home page, so this will stay as it is, and the message will get changed from login successfully to register successfully. And now we have to resolve the promise that is returned from this create async thunk into extra reducer, that is pending, fulfilled, and rejected. So again, I'm just going to copy this 3 life cycle. Okay, and I'm just going to paste it over here, and make sure to change this one from login to register. Okay, and rest of the thing will stay as it is. Now let's come back to our register.js file, and here already we have dispatch navigate. Okay, let's uncomment this line of code, and we have to bring register, and here first I'm going to check if our password is matching or not with password confirm field. So if password is not matching with confirm password field, so I'm just going to return a toast message like return toast dot error, and the message will be like password should match. So whatever the code we are going to return below this if condition is not going to execute if we fail this condition. So the rest of the code will be similar to the login. So let's uncomment this one, and here we have to check other field as well, like along with email and password we have to also check if user has provided the first name, if user has provided the last name or not, and the confirm password. Okay, so it will send form value, navigate, and toast, and this will become register. And I think everything is correct here. Now let's go into the browser and try to register one new user in our MongoDB. So refresh this one first and try to check first error message is displaying or not. So we got the error message, but it is overlapping here. So what we can do here, either you can increase this max width, or you can just keep the message like please provide first name. So you can just shorten the error message. Okay, let's do the same thing for this one as well. You can always increase the max width if you wanted. And we have to also do the same thing for confirm password field as well. So let's do that one. Now let's go into the browser and just click on register. Now we got our proper error message without overlapping into the below input field. Now let's register one new user here. So I'm going to register with the user like John Wick. Okay, email will be johnwick@gmail.com, and let's give the password 123456, and here let's just give only 12345. So password is not matching over here, so we should get the error notification like password should match. So we are getting this error notification. Let's close this one. Now let's give here 6 this time, and let's open network tab as well. Okay, now let's click on register. So here it's still saying password should not match. So let's give here 123456. This will be 123456. Now let's click on register. So we got the message like register successfully, and let's see in our dev tool. So we have successfully able to store our user as well in our store with result and token. And let's verify in the application whether it's getting stored in local storage or not. And here we have successfully able to register our result and token of newly registered user in our local storage. Also, let's verify this user is getting stored in our MongoDB or not. So let's verify this one. So let's refresh this one. So we should get 2 user. So guys, this is our new user that we have created. So it's getting stored in our MongoDB. So guys, we are successfully able to perform login and registration in this application. And let also verify if we try to register with the existing user. So let's give some random name, random last name, and let's give the same email that we have in our MongoDB. So we should get an error message like user is already exist. Okay, so let's try to register with the same email that we have in our MongoDB. So now you can see that we have got the message like user already exists. So guys, we have completed our login and registration functionality in this application. So the next thing, we wanted to implement the Google sign-in. So let's go into the VS Code, and we are going to allow Google sign-in from our login page. So if user does not want it to log in with normal email and password, so he can log in with the Google as well. So from React Google, we need to bring Google login. So from React Google login, we need to bring Google login. And after MDB validation, I'm going to have one break here. Okay. And after that, I'm going to have Google login. Okay. And inside that, we have to provide the client ID, which we will generate later. Okay. And then we have to pass here render. Okay. And inside that, I'm going to have render props. Okay. And inside this render props, we are going to have button MDB. We are going to have button MDB BTN, and the width of button will be the 100%, and the color will be the danger. So I wanted a red button for Google sign in. Then I'm going to have on click. So it will be like render props dot on click. Okay, and disable we are going to have, so render props dot disabled. Let's format this one, and inside this I'm going to have icon, so mdb icon, and I'm going to have class name here, so me-2 fab icon, and the icon will be the Google. After that we can give the label of button, so Google sign in. Okay, now after that what we have to do, so we have to provide on success method, so it will be like Google success, and we are going to have failure as well, so on failure we are going to have Google failure. Okay, and we are going to have one cookie policy, so let's define this one as well, so single host origin. Okay, now let's save this one and let's define this one outside this return. So I'm going to have Google success, and I'm going to have Google failure as well. So we have defined this two method outside this return. So we have created this two function. We will add the logic later. So first let's go into the browser, whether our Google sign in button is displaying or not. So our Google sign in button is displaying. Here we have some spelling mistake, so it will be Google. Okay, so now we have got our Google sign in button. So now the next thing, we need this client ID in order to log in with the Google. So guys, we need this client ID, so we need to go to our Google console developer. So you need to go to this screen, and I have already created the OAuth client ID for Google, and you can see that I have created this test react. Your screen will be different little bit, so you might see this screen. Okay, then you have to create a project here. Okay, after that you can give name, okay, your project name, and once you click on create, then you will get this screen. Okay, OAuth consent screen, and you have to select external here, then you can click on create. So once you click on the create, then you are going to get this screen. Okay, you will get this screen, so you can give any name as per your convenience. So I have given test react, and you can give email here, whatever the email you wanted to give here. You can also give the same email address. The email address I have given over here, and then you have to click on save and continue, then save and continue, then save and continue. So it will get created, and after that you have to click on back to dashboard. The next step what you have to do, so you have to click on this credential sidebar. Okay, then you have to click on create credential, and here you have to select OAuth client ID, and here you need to select web application. So you can give any name, so you can give your tour app, okay, something like that. You can add URI, so it will be like http localhost 3000, and same thing also you can add here as well, and you can click on create, so it will get created, and you will get one client ID. Okay, so you will get this client ID. Okay, you can copy this one and paste it in VS Code. Okay, So I'm going to paste over here in this client ID. Okay, and here in Google success it will get response. So first I'm going to do a console log of this response, and here we will get some error. So whatever the error we are going to get, we can just do like toast dot error, and we are going to show the message that is coming from our OAuth client. Now we can verify this one whether it's working or not, and here let's refresh this one and let's click on Google sign in. So it's got sign in. Let's open the console, and here we got some response. So as you can see that here we have got our Google ID, and in profile object we have email, name and token ID here. So our work is not completed over here because we need to save some information from this response into our MongoDB. So we need to store information like name, email and Google ID. So in order to store the Google information that we have over here, we need to create one API in our controller file, okay, that is user.js. So here what we can do, so here we can have export const Google sign in async request response. After that in request body we have to destructure few things. So from our React application we are going to send email, name, and we are also going to send the token and then Google ID, because here we are not generating token. Google already providing us token ID. You can see that over here. So we have to also get from our React application only. We also need Google ID as well, because in future it will become handy for us. So first I'm going to use a try catch. So in try I will check here first. So in try first I'll check here if we have the old user. So const old user await user model, okay, find one and email. So if we have the same user, then what I will do, so if we have the same user, then const result is equal to, so I'm just going to send the result and token. So result will be like underscore ID. So we need to provide ID to our front end. So old user dot underscore ID, because in MongoDB ID is stored with the underscore only. You can see that here, and you have to do here like toString. After that we have to pass email as it is and name, then return response status 200 JSON, and we are just going to pass the result and token, okay. After this if condition, if user is login for the first time, then we are going to store his information in MongoDB. So here we are going to have again one result. So const result is equal to await user model dot create, okay, and here I'm going to provide email, name and Google ID, okay. Then after that I will send the status. After that I will send the JSON response. Here it will be 201, okay. You can also, it will be 200 only. Okay, and 0, and we have to send here result and token. Okay, now let's handle the cache block as well. Inside that we can give here the same thing that we have over here, so we can just copy this one and we can just paste it over here. Now after that, and you can also give here console log if you wanted. Okay, now after that we need to register our endpoint in our routes folder under user.js file. So here I can give like route.post Google sign in. Okay, so this will be our API to save the Google information in MongoDB, and here we have to bring our newly created controller, that is Google sign in. Let's paste it here. So our backend work is completed over here. Now we have to start working on our front end. So we have already created this API. So first I'm going to start with the Redux part. So here first we need to create API. So it will be result which we are going to receive from our login page, and this time endpoint will be Google sign in. Okay, so we have to give the same endpoint that we have defined over here. So let's go to the api.js, and here it will be result. Okay, now after that let's go to the auth/.js file, and here it will be, you can give here like Google sign. Okay, Google sign in. So basically it will store the information that we are receiving from our Google into MongoDB, and the action type will be the Google sign in. And here we are going to receive couple of things. So we are going to receive result, not form value, and the rest of the two things I am also going to pass from our login page. And here we are going to pass result, and it will be like message like Google sign in successfully. Okay, and after successful sign in, I wanted to navigate towards the home page. Now this create async thing will generate 3 promise lifecycle that we are going to again evaluate in the extra reducer object. So I can just copy this one. Okay, and I can just paste it here. Make sure to change this one to Google sign in. Okay, and I think rest of the thing will be stay as it is. Okay, now let's go to the login.js file. So here what we have to do, so here we are going to need some information from this Google response. So first we need email. So email we can get like this way, response dot profile object. So in profile object we have our email, and if you're wondering like what is this syntax, so it is equivalent to this one, like response dot profile object, and Okay, so it is equivalent to this. Okay, and here also it will be the question mark. So in case if you're not getting value, so this way our app won't get crash. Okay, so that's the reason I'm using this sorter syntax. Now we also need the name, so I'm just going to copy this one, and we are going to have name, and here it will be name. So if you look at our Google response, so you will get some error now. Don't worry about that one. So in profile object we have email and name. Okay, so let's go to the VS Code, and after this we have token, and after this we need token. So token we can simply get like this way, token ID. So if you look at response, the token ID is here. Okay, and the last thing we need here, Google ID. So Google ID is equal to response dot Google ID. Then we are going to have one array with a result. Inside that I'm going to put all the information like email, name, token and Google ID. Then I'm going to dispatch that Google sign-in action that we have created. So we need to bring this one from our auth slice, and here we are going to pass result. Then let's pass the navigate as well along with the toast. Okay, let's see whether our Google information is getting stored in MongoDB or not with this approach. So let's go into the browser and refresh this one. So in api.js file we have issue, so I think we have to change this one. So it will be Google sign in. Okay, and this will be, and inside our auth slice it will be Google sign in only. Okay, now let's go into the browser, refresh this one. So let's click on this Google sign in. So now you can see that we have successfully able to log in with the Google as well in our application. Let's verify whether we are able to store the Google information in our MongoDB or not. So let's refresh this one. So you can see that we are also able to store the Google information in our MongoDB. So you can see that we are able to register name, email and Google ID. And let's also verify here as well in our application in local storage. So let's go to the local storage, and here you can see that we are successfully able to store our result, that is in which contain email, name. Okay, and we are also able to store the token as well. So our Google sign-in is completed in this application. So before we start working on other API part like creating tour, deleting tour or updating the tour, so first I'm going to start working on our header part. So I will first work on the header section. So let us start working on our header part. So let's create a file inside this component folder. So header.js, and here I'm going to generate a snippet, and here we need to bring use state as well, and we need to bring some component from our material design Bootstrap to build this header. So from MDB React UI kit, I'm going to paste the component here that is required from our material design Bootstrap to build the header component. So this much component is required to build this header. Now after that we have to define one state. So set because this header will be the responsive. So if you decrease the size, so it will become a hamburger. So we need to provide this one, set so, and initially it will be the false. After that, what we have to do, so inside return we are going to have mdb navbar, and here we can have some props like fixed. So I wanted to fix the header to the top, expand lg, it will be dark, and after that we can give some inline style. Okay, and I'm going to give here background color. So background color I'm going to use here like F0E6EA. okay, and mdb container, then mdb navbar brand, and here I'm going to have our app name, so that is Tourpedia. Okay, and inside that I'm going to define some inline style. So color I'm going to use 606080. I'm going to give some font weight here, so it will be 600. After that, font size I'm going to give 22 pixel. Okay, and if you click on this navbar brand, so you will navigate towards the home page only, and here we have to use href because 2 is not supported with the mdb navbar brand. So here we have to use href, and after that, so let's see how it's look like. So we can use our header component in our app.js, and here we can use header that is coming from component folder. So VS Code automatically import that component. So let's go into the browser. So you can see that we have got our nice header here. After that, what we have to do, so let's go to this header component, and this after mdb navbar brand we are going to have mdb navbar toggler. So mdb navbar toggler, and inside that we have to pass some props like type, so it will be button only, and area expanded we have to provide expanded, and it will be false. Okay, then let's provide area label, so it will be like toggle navigation. That so, and it will be just reverse of the show variable. So basically we are doing a toggling here. Okay, and after that we have to provide the icon. So mdb icon, and we can provide here icon as a bars. Okay, and it will be font awesome icon. So we have to provide FAS, and here we have to also provide this color. Okay, so let's copy this one, let's paste it here. Okay, let's save this file, and we can verify this one in browser. So if you reduce the screen size, so you will get this toggler like hamburger or bar, you can say, and you won't see any changes over here until we add some link in our header. So let's add those link in our VS Code. So after this MDB navbar toggler, we are going to have one more component like MDB collapse. Okay, MDB collapse we have to use here, and here we are going to do like show is equal to show and nav bar. Inside that I'm going to have MDB nav bar nav. Okay, and here we have to provide like right full width, so it will be false. Class name mb hyphen 2 mb hyphen lg hyphen 0. Okay, after that we can define like MDB navbar item. Okay, and inside that we are going to have MDB navbar link. So first link we are going to have our home page, and we have to specify here route, so it will be the slash only. And inside that I'm going to use one p tag with the class name header text. So we have to specify the CSS styling for this class name into our index.css file, so it will be home. Okay, now let's save this one and let's define the styling in our index.css file. So here we can have this one, and I'm going to paste the CSS code for this class name. So I have just pasted the CSS code for this class name, and we can verify this one in browser. Now you can see that we have got our home, and if you reduce the size, now you can see that it is working, and if you click it will hide. So our toggler is working. Now let's define the other link as well. So I'm just going to copy this MDB navbar item part. Other link we are going to have like add tour. Okay, and then we are going to have one more navbar item with dashboard. Okay, and we will navigate towards the add tour only. So let's specify the route, and this route is not yet registered in our app.js file, so we will register later, and this will be the dashboard. And after that we are going to have one more navbar item, that is log out or login. So based on the user logged in, it will get changed. So if user login into our application, so it will be logout, and if you click on logout, then it will become login. So we are going to have, so we have to define two link here. So this will be the logout. So if you click on logout, so he will navigate towards the login page. Okay, and we are going to have one more link. So we will write the condition for this one. First let's register all this link, and if you click on login, so you will basically navigate towards the login page only. Now let's see how it's look like. So let's go into the browser. So you can see that we have got our link in our header, that is home, add tour, dashboard, logout and login. So now we have to basically customize this header link, because this logout and login should not be together, and also this add tour and dashboard link will be only visible once the user logged in. Okay, and this login will also be not there if user is logged in. So once user click on logout, so this will become login. So we have to implement this one. So let's log in with one user. Okay, so let's click on this one and let's log in with one user, that is johnwick@gmail.com, and let's click on login. So user is logged in successfully, and you can also verify in our Redux dev tool. Okay, so we have got our user with the result and token. Now in header.js file we can customize this route based on the user logged in. So first we have to import use selector from our React Redux, and after that what we have to do, so here we have to destructure the user that we have in our store with the help of use selector. Okay, so we can get our user with the help of state.auth, and here we can check like this particular item. So we can check like if user dot result dot underscore id, and if we have this thing, then we are going to display this to link. Okay, so let's cut this one, and we have to also adjust this one based on the user logged in. Okay, so again what we have to do, so if user has the id, that means user is logged in. Okay, and here we have to use this one. So if user is logged in, then we have to show the logout. Okay, so I have just cut this one and I'm just going to put here, and if user is not logged in, then we have to show the login link. Okay, so let's cut this one and paste it here. Let's format this one. So if we have the id in the result, that means user is logged in. So in that case we have to show the logout, and if user is not logged in, then we have to show the login button. So let's verify this one whether it's working or not. So let's go into the browser. Now you can see that we have got our home, add to, dashboard, and logout. So login is gone. Okay, so if you refresh this application, now you can see that we have got our home login. But here you have noticed one thing, like user is not getting persist. Okay, so user should be persist even if you refresh the application. So to implement the persist functionality in our application, we have to write one Redux action in our auth/.js file. So now we have to persist our user in this application. So we have to write a Redux action in our auth/.js file. So what we can do here, so we are going to have reducer, and inside that I am going to have set user. Okay, and state action, and after that it will be like state dot user is equal to action dot payload. Okay, and let's provide here comma so that we don't face any issue. Now we are going to dispatch this action from our app component. So first we need to export this action. So export const auth slice dot actions, and the action is set user. Now we are going to dispatch this action from our app.js file because this is our root component. So we need to bring here use dispatch from our React Redux. Okay, And here first let us store the reference of use dispatch into a dispatch variable, and here we are going to get our user from our local storage, because user information will be available in local storage, so we can parse that one that we have in our local storage. So local storage dot get item, and we have stored the information with the profile key, so we can give the same key here to get the data from our local storage. So we need to bring first use effect here from our React. So use effect we need to bring, use effect, and here it will be the empty. So whenever you refresh the app, so it will get fired. Okay, so dispatch set user, so VS Code automatically import that one, and we have to pass the user. Okay, so it will check if we have the user information in our local storage, that means user is logged in, and then it will fire the set user with the user information, and our store will get updated with the user. So we can try this one. So let's go into the browser. So now you can see that we have got our user, and this time even after refreshing the application we are not getting logged out. And if you click on logged out, so you can see that we are still getting this home, add tour, dashboard and logout. So why it is happening? Because we are not updating our store state value. So we have to define one more Redux action like set logout in our auth/.js file. So let's define that set logout function in our auth/.js file. So it will be similar kind of. So set logout it will be, and it will be like a state action, and in that case state.user will be null. Okay, let's save this one and let's go to the header.js file, and first we have to bring the use dispatch from our React Redux, and we are going to store the reference of use dispatch into a dispatch variable. So let's do that one, and after that I'm going to define one function like const handle logout. We can dispatch like set logout. Okay, so I think we have forgot to export this one, so we need to export this one, this newly created action. Let's go to the header.js file and let's give here set logout. So VS Code automatically import this function, and you have to just do like set logout, and let's use this function here. Okay, so in logout we can have one on click. Okay, and we can pass this handle logout. Let's save this file and let's go into the browser. Okay, now let's click on logout. So it's still getting this logged in. Okay, so let me see what is happening. So why it is happening? So we have to also clear the information from our local storage as well. So let's do that one. So we have to also clear our local storage here. So here what we can do, so local storage dot clear. Okay, now let's save this file and let's go to the browser. Now let's click on logout. So this time we are able to see that we are able to successfully log out and this getting changed. Now let's log in like johndoe@gmail.com, and let's click on login. So we are successfully able to log in. Now we also wanted to show the name of the person that logged in our application. So let's do that one as well. So let's go to the header.js file, and here before this home route, what we can do, like we can check here also if we have the user. So user dot result dot id, okay, and if you have, that means user is logged in. And here I'm going to use h5 tag, and we can give like logged in as, and I'm going to give here username. So user dot result dot name, okay, and here I'm going to do some styling, inline styling. So margin right, I'm going to give here 30 pixel. Margin top, I'm going to give here 17 pixel. Okay, now let's save this file and see whether we are able to see the name or not. So now you can see that we have got the name, that is logged in as John Doe. So we are able to display the name that logged in our application. And if you decrease the screen size, and if you click on this one, so here also we have got our header link, that is home, add tour, dashboard, logout, and logged in name. And guys, let's try with the Google login as well. So let's log out from this application, and let's log in with the Google sign in order to see whether we are able to name of that person or not if user is logged in with the Google. So let's click on this one. So now here we have got message like Google sign in successfully, and we have got the name as well. So you can see that it logged in as a code with Vishal. So this time I have logged in with the Google. So guys, we have completed the header part in this application. So the next thing, we wanted to implement adding new tour in our application. Okay, so let's do that one. So we need to go back to VS Code. So in order to add a new tour in our application, first we are going to work on our backend. So we will start with creating model. Okay, so let's create model here. Model folder tour.js. Okay, so first we are going to do a data modeling for our new tour. Okay, so we need to create a schema with the help of mongoose. So import mongoose, okay, from mongoose, and we are going to have tour schema, const tour schema is equal to mongoose dot schema. So this tour will have title, okay, and it will be string. Now it will have description, okay, so it will be also a string description. Then it's gonna be having a name like string creator, so that means which person is creating this tour. So we also need to store that ID as well. And tags, okay, it's gonna be having string in array, okay. And after that we are also going to have image file, okay, image file, then string. After that we are going to have like created at, okay, created at, and here it will be object, and inside this we are going to specify type will be the date, and default is gonna be new date, okay. And later we are also going to have like functionality. So let's define that one as well, like count. Okay, and after that we are going to have this type as a number, and the default value will be the 0. Okay, and let's give here comma. Export this. Now let export this tour model. So const tour model. Okay, const tour model is equal to mongoose dot model. It will be tour and tour schema. Then export default tour model. So data modeling is completed over here. Now the next thing, we have to start working in our controller part. So let's create one more file inside this controller folder. So tour.js. Okay, and here we need to bring first express. Okay, from express, and then we need to bring our tour model that we have created. After that we are going to define our first controller for creating new tour. So export const create tour. Okay, so it will be create tour. Okay, async request response. Okay, const tour is equal to request dot body. Okay, const new tour is equal to new tour model, and we are going to having all the tour that is coming from our front end, and after that created at. Okay, created at, and we have to specify new date to ISO string. Okay, now after that we are going to use try catch block here. So in try we are going to have like await new tour dot save. Okay, and we are going to do like response dot status 201. So we are going to send the newly created tour as a JSON response. So it will be new tour, and after that we are going to also handle the catch. So error response status. Okay, and that will be 404, and we are going to send a message like, something went wrong. Okay, and let's also create one more controller which is responsible for getting all the tours that we have in our MongoDB. So let's create that controller as well. So export const get tours. So it will basically fetch all the tour that we have in our MongoDB. So async request response, and here I'm going to use try catch. Okay, and inside try I'm going to have my all tours. So const tours is equal to await tour model dot find. So it will basically return all the tours that we have in our MongoDB, and I am just going to send all this tour as a JSON response. So response dot status dot JSON and tours. Okay, in else we can give the same message. Okay, so let's copy this one and let's paste it over here. So we have created two controller, and we know and we don't need this express, so let's remove this one. We need to register our endpoint. So again, we are going to create one file inside this routes folder. So tour.js, and here let's just copy this one. For now, let's copy this one, and the file name will be tour.js. Let's remove all these things. Okay, let's bring the controller that we have created. So we have created like create tour and get tours. Now router dot post, and it's gonna having create tour. Okay, and we can use the same route for getting the tour as well. So if you're using the same route, then this method should be different. If methods are different, then route can be same. Okay, so this will be like get tours. Okay, now let's go into our index.js file, and here I'm just going to copy this one. It will be tour router, and it is coming from tour.js. Okay, and I'm just going to copy this one, and I'm going to create an endpoint like tour. Okay, and it will be tour router. So let's save this file and see the command prompt whether we have any issue or not. So we have some issue. Okay, in router.js we have some issue. Let's go to the tour.js, and it will be tour.js only. Okay, let's see the command prompt. And I think we have one more issue in our controller file, that is tour.js under controller folder. So here also it will be the tour.js. Let's save this one. Let's see our command prompt. So now this time we don't have any issue. Okay, so we have completed our API part over here. Now we have to start working on our front end. So first we will create a form for adding a new tour. Okay, so in this application we are going to first create a form to add a tour once user click on this add tour. Okay, and this route is also not registered, so let's first register this route. So first I am going to create a page. Okay, so add edit tour. So I am going to use the same page for adding a new tour or updating a existing tour. Okay, and let's generate a snippet here. Okay, and here let's first give add edit tour title. Okay, and let's register this route in our app.js file. So I'm just going to copy this one. So it will be add tour. Okay, and the component we are going to use here add tour. Okay, add edit tour. Now for updating the existing tour also we need to register route. So let's do that one also. So it will be edit tour, and we are going to edit the tour based on the ID. Okay, and the component will be the same. Okay, now let's go into the browser and refresh this one. Okay, so it's getting hide inside this header. Okay, so no issue. So you can give here little bit margin. I will remove this one later. So let's give 100 pixel. So now you can see that this route is registered successfully in our application. So first we need to bring some component from our material design bootstrap to start building this form component for adding new tour. So we need to bring some component from our material design bootstrap. to build this form, okay, for adding new tour. So we need to bring MDB card, then we need MDB card body, then we are going to use MDB card footer, MDB validation, MDB btn, and MDB spinner. Okay, now let's remove this one, we don't need this one. Okay, and we need to bring some more stuff like file based cheap input from other package. So we need to bring that one. So let's bring first chip input from material UI chip input. Then we need to bring file base to upload image. So import file base from React file base 64. Let's bring also toast as well, because later it's required to show the success message. Like if you add a new tour, so we will show the message like tour added successfully. So let's bring the toast as well. After that, let's also bring the use navigate from our React router DOM. So after successful creating a new tour, we wanted to navigate towards our home page. Okay, so from React router DOM we need to bring use navigate, and let's define the state for our form field. So const initial state equal to, so we are going to have title, description, okay, then we are going to have tags, okay, and for image we don't need to specify any kind of state. Okay, now from React also we need hooks, so let's bring use state, and here we are going to have like const tour data set tour data use state, and let's pass here initial state. Okay, and let's destructure this all value from our initial state. So title, description, and tags. Okay, and after that, so let's start working on our form component. So we are going to have one div with some inline styling. So I'm just going to copy this inline styling because it will be almost similar. So let's copy this one and let's paste it over here. Okay, and I'm going to give class name here container. Okay, and inside this div I'm going to have MDB card. Okay, card component, and this will be the align center. So let us specify the center, and after that I'm going to have one h5 tag that will be having like add tour. After that I'm going to have MDB validation. Okay, and inside that I'm going to have a class name with call -md-12, and here I'm going to use HTML input tag element. So input, and placeholder I can give here title, and type I'm going to give here text, and after that value will be the title, then name will be the title. We are going to have on change, so let's give like on input change. We haven't defined this function, so we will define in a moment. After that we are going to have a class name with the form control. Okay, then required, because we are doing a form validation over here, invalid, and this will be the validation. So we need to give the message like please provide title. Okay, now the next thing what we have to do, so let's copy this one, let's paste it here. Okay, and placeholder, let's do a caps here, and you can give here like enter title. Okay, and it will be enter description. Okay, it will be also text, value will be the description, then it will be the name, so name will be description only, form control, and the validation will be like please provide description. Okay, and this will be not an input field, so it will be text area. Okay, and we have to also increase the height of this text area by providing some inline styling. So I'm going to increase this height up to 100 pixel, and after that I'm going to have my tags field. So for tag we are going to use chip input component from material design Bootstrap, so it's gonna be having inside this class name, and I'm going to use here chip input. Okay, and names I'm going to give here tags. Okay, variant we need to specify, so it will be outlined. Placeholder, let's give enter tag, it will be having full width. Value we can give here like tags, and we are going to have two method here like on add and on delete. So it will be like tag, and it will be like handle add tag, and we can pass here tag. Okay, same thing will goes for on delete, so you can also delete the tag inside this chip input field, so it will be handle delete tag. Okay, and after that we are going to have our image upload. So for image upload we are using file base component from React file base 64. So here first we are going to use one class name d-flex justify content start. Okay, and inside this we are going to have our file base, so type will be gonna be file only, and multiple will be false. Okay, and here we are going to have one method like on done. Okay, and we can destructure here base 64, and we can have like set tour data, and we can spread out tour data, and we can have like image file base 64. Okay, so this file base component basically convert image file into base 64. So for that purpose we are using this file base component. After this div we are going to have one more class name with the call -12, and inside this we are going to have button. Okay, so mdb btn. Okay, and the button width it's gonna be 100%, width 100%, and let's copy one more time because we are going to have two buttons. First one will be the submit and the second one will be the clear. Okay, so this will be a submit and this will be a clear, and here I'm going to give class name like empty-2, and color I'm going to give here danger, and we are going to have on click, and it's gonna having like handle clear. And before this MDB validation we are going to have MDB card body. Okay, so don't forget to add this one as well, and this will be getting close below this MDB validation. So our form is almost completed. We just need to define this function. Okay, and this MDB validation also going to have on submit. So let's define this one, handle submit, and let's keep the class name here row g-3 and no validate. Okay, so let's define all this function first outside this return, otherwise we will get error. So const handle submit, we have one function we have. Okay, and let's copy this one. So other function we have like on input change. Okay, then we have handle add tag. Okay, then we have handle delete tag, and then we have a handle, and then we have a handle clear. Okay, handle clear. We will add the logic later. First let's see whether our form is displaying or not. So let's go into the browser, and here we have got our nice form component for adding new tool in our application. Okay, so let's first work on this on input change. So this will receive an event, and I'm going to destructure that name and value from e.target. So name and value, and I'm just going to do like set tour data. Let's just spread out this tour data name and value. Let's define the logic here as well inside our handle add tag. So it's gonna receive tag, and here we can have like set tour data, and I'm going to spread out tour data and tags, and inside that I'm going to have this array. So tour data dot tags, so it's gonna append our tag. Okay, and let's also define the logic here inside our handle delete tag. So delete tag is gonna receive the argument, and again we are going to have set tour data and I'm going to spread out tour data, and here I'm going to have tags. Okay, and here I have to do like filter. Okay, so tour data dot tags dot filter. Okay, and gonna having a tag, and here I'm going to define simple logic like tag not equal to delete tag. Okay, so it's gonna remove those tags if user wanted to remove from our chip component. So we have defined the logic here in handle delete tag. Now let's define the logic inside this handle clear. Okay, so here we just wanted to clear out the input field. So title will be empty, description will be empty, and tags will be the empty. Okay, and here in handle submit it's gonna receive an event. So for now let's just do e dot prevent default. Okay, so let's see whether we have any issue or not. So here I found one small issue, so it will be tour data not initial state. So let's go into the browser and refresh this one. Let's give here like title like test, some tags you can give here like test1 test. Okay, and if you click on this cross mark it will get removed, and we can also select file here, image file. So I'm going to select one image, so this is also working. Okay, so now we have to add this tour with the help of API that we have created in our backend. So first we are going to work on our Redux part, so let's do that one. So in Redux folder first I'm going to add that API. So here I'm going to have API like export const create tour. Okay, it's gonna receive tour data, then API dot post, and here we are going to have the API endpoint like tour. Okay, and then we can pass tour data. So we have created this endpoint in our front end. Now in features folder we have to create one file like tour slice. So we have to create the file like tour slice.js. Okay, and from auth slice I am going to copy this to import because we're gonna need this one, and let's copy one create async thing function. Okay, and this will be like tour, and this will be like create tour. Okay, and it will receive a tour data. It's gonna also receive navigate and toast from our component, so that after successful creation of tour we wanted to navigate towards home page, and we also wanted to show some kind of success message. So we can give here like tour added successfully. Okay, and we also create a slice here, so we can copy. So here I'm just going to copy this entire stuff. Let's just copy for now. Let's come over here, let's paste it here, and this will be tour slice, and the slice name will be the tour. And so first let's remove this thing, and let's remove this other life cycle. I will just keep this one. Okay, so before we start adjusting this initial state, first let's modify this API. So it will be create tour. Okay, and here we are going to pass tour data. And now let's define the initial state for our tour slice. So the error loading will stay as it is. So we are going to have single tour as well. So we will define that route later. So single tour will store in an object. Then we are going to have the tours, in which we are going to have all the tours that we have in our MongoDB. So for that we have already created the endpoint in our backend. And after that we are going to have one more state like user tour. So in this state we are going to store only those tour which is created by our logged in user. So in our home page we are going to have many tours, but in our dashboard we are going to show only those tour which is created by this user. So from dashboard only you can perform delete and update operation. And here we need to adjust this life cycle, so it will be create tour. Okay, this will be create tour, this will be create tour, and this will be create tour. Okay, and we have to also modify this value as well. So let's remove this one. Instead we are going to have state dot tours equal to action dot payload, and this will stay as it is. Now we have to export this one. So export default tour slice dot reducer. Okay, now come to our store, and here we have to bring our reducer that is we have created inside our tour slice. So tour reducer, and it will be coming from tour slice, and we have to add that key so that we can access the state that we have defined in our initial state with this tour key. So tour reducer. Okay, so I think we are done with this basic configuration for tour slice, and now we can use this action inside our add edit tour page. So let's go to the add edit tour page. So inside this handle submit we are going to dispatch that create tour action. So first we need to bring use dispatch. Okay, from React Redux, and let's also bring the use selector. Okay, and here also we need use effect as well. So for some cases if we got any error, so we can also show that error message in form of the toast notification. So let's use here a use selector, and we have already registered our tour reducer with the tour key, and we can destructure like error and loading also we need. Now we are going to use a use effect here, and this use effect will only run if we have error. Okay, so if we have error, then toast dot error, and we can just pass the error whatever is coming from our backend. Now we have to work on this handle submit. So if you look at our data model for tour in our backend, so if you look at this model, okay, so it receiving title, description, name, creator, tags, image file, created at, and like counts. So all the things we are not going to provide as of now. So we are going to provide from our front end like title, description, name, okay, tags, image file. Okay, so this thing first we are going to provide from our React application. So first we need the name as well. So to get the name, we can get the name from our auth, because user is logged in. We are going to have user, because inside user, if you look at our Redux tab tool, so inside user we have result, and inside that we have got our name. Okay, we need this user from our auth slice. And before we dispatch that action, first we need to store the reference of use dispatch into a dispatch variable. And here in handle submit, what we have to do, so first I'm going to check like if we have the title and description and tags. Okay, then it's gonna dispatch that create tour action. So before dispatching that create tour action, we have to basically define one variable like updated tour data. Okay, so here first we are going to provide our all the tour data that is filled by our user in form component. Then we have to give the name as well. So name we can get from our user slice. So user, and I can give here like user question mark dot result dot name. Okay, so you can see that in our Redux tab tool our name is present inside this result object. Let's format this one, and after that we can dispatch that create tour action. Okay, so create tour, so we need to bring from our tour slice. Okay, and here we have to pass more than one argument, so we are going to pass in the object, so updated tour data. Then we have to pass navigate, and we have to also store the reference of use navigate into a navigate variable, then only we will able to pass. So use navigate, and now we have to also pass the toast. Okay, and here you have noticed like we have given the name like updated tour data, because we have append name that is coming from our user reducer. So we have to do some changes here in our action, so it will be updated tour data only. So let's copy this one, and let's give here like updated tour data only. So we have updated this create tour action, and let's go to this file, add edit tour, and after that we wanted to clear each input field in our form component. So we can simply run this one, handle clear. Okay, now we can test this one. So let's go into the browser, and I'm going to give here test for now. Okay, and I'm going to paste some long description over here, and let's give tag here like testing. Okay, and tour you can give here, and you can select one image file. Let's select this one, and let's click on submit. So we got the message like tour added successfully, and let's verify this one in our MongoDB as well, whether it's getting added or not. And here you can see that we have successfully able to store our first tour in MongoDB. So you can see that we have got title, description, name, tags, image file created at. So we have successfully added one tour in this MongoDB. Now I wanted to add one more tour with the different ID. So let's log out, and let's log in with the johndoe@gmail.com. Let's give password, and I wanted to add one more tour with this ID. So let's give here like latest, and I'm going to paste description, tag I'm going to give here like latest tour. Okay, and I'm going to select one file, image file. Let's select this one and let's hit submit. Now our tour is added successfully, and let's go to the MongoDB, and here we have got our second tour in MongoDB. So first it is created with the name Code with Vishal, and second it is created with John Doe. And you might have noticed that there is one field is missing here. So if I go to the VS Code and if I go to the model, so you can see that we have one field is missing in our MongoDB, that is this one, creator one. Okay, so this creator field is missing in our MongoDB. So why? Because we need to provide the user ID as well. So which user is created this all tour, so we have to provide the user ID, and you can see that we have 3 user in our MongoDB, and each user have some ID, you can see that. So this ID we have to basically store here in our MongoDB. So we are going to store this ID with the help of passing the token from our frontend to backend. Okay, so we have to create some kind of middleware in our backend so that it will determine which user is created this particular tour. So let's do that one. So guys, here we have to create one middleware to determine which user is created this particular tour, and we have to also work on little bit on our front end. So first we will work on our backend, then we will move and work on front end. So here I'm going to have one middleware, that is auth middleware. So the file name will be like auth.js, and here we have to write some logic. Okay, so inside our auth.js file, what we have to do, so import JWT from our JSON web token, and here we have to define some kind of secret key. So const secret, and you can give anything here, so I'm just giving here test. Okay, and after that I'm going to have like const auth async, and it's gonna having like request response. Okay, and next also I'm going to have try catch here, and I'm going to get the token from our front end from request header. So request dot headers dot authorization. Okay, request dot headers dot authorization, and I'm going to split this one. So in authorization we are going to have this token, and once you split this one, so it's gonna store in the array, and once you store in the array like this way, so basically it will get splitted into 2 index. So in the first index we are going to have token, and in the second index we are going to have this long token value, and we can get this token value like this way split, and it will present at a second index. So we can give here like first, and here we have to also determine like if it is a custom auth. So if it is a custom auth, so normally the token generated by Google, it is mostly more than 500 length. So here we are going to check if token dot length is less than 500, that means user is logged in with normal email and password. Okay, and here let's define one variable like let decoded data. Okay, and we can check like token and each customer. So if user is logged in with normal email and password, so this will become true. Okay, so after that we are going to have like decoded data is equal to JWT dot verify. Okay, and here we have to give token and secret, and after that we have like request dot user ID and decoded data, and we can get the ID. So this ID is basically going to store inside this user ID. Okay, so this is for those user who log in with normal email and password, and if user is logged in with the Google, then we have to write different logic. So in else condition, if user is logged with the Google, so in that case token length will be greater than 500. So we have to bring here user model. Okay, so let's bring user model from models folder. Okay, and it will be user.js. Now here what we have to do, so again we have to define this decoded data and jwt dot decode and token. Okay, and now we need Google ID. So with the help of Google ID we are going to determine which ID we have to store inside this user ID. So that's the reason I have stored the Google ID. So here you can see that for this user I have stored Google ID. So with the help of this ID we will find this user, and whatever the ID is there here inside this object ID we are going to place inside our creator. Okay, and here first we have to find that user. So const Google ID, and whatever the token is generated by our Google, it will basically decode and we will get the ID. So at the end we will get this ID once the JWT decode that token that is generated by our Google. So at the end we will get this Google ID. Okay, this Google ID we are going to get over here. Okay, now so const Google ID is equal to decoded data, and this data is going to present inside sub object. Okay, and then we can do like toString here, and then here we got our Google ID. Okay, now after that we have to find that user which have this Google ID. Okay, so user is equal to await user model find one, and here we can pass this Google ID. Okay, so once you pass this Google ID, then we will get this entire user information, and then with the help of this logic we will store this ID. So at the end we need this ID. Okay, which gonna be stored in our tour model at the creator property. So after this it will having like request dot user ID and user dot underscore ID. Okay, I hope you are getting this logic here, and after that if everything is correct then we can just do like next, and let's handle the catch as well. So error, and here we can just do simply console.log. Let export this middleware, so export default auth. Okay, now we are going to use this middleware inside our routes. So here we need to bring the auth middleware before we create tour. Okay, so we have got this auth, and here we can specify auth. So first it will run the middleware. Okay, then it will create a tour, and for get tour it's not required. So this auth middleware is required whenever user create a new tour or delete the tour or update the existing tour, and in other scenario this auth middleware will be also useful. So our work is done over here. Now we have to little bit adjust the logic in our controller. We have to also specify the creator. So creator, and this time we can give like request dot user ID, because in our auth middleware we have already append this user ID. Okay, by decoding our token. Okay, now we have done most of the part here, and we have to modify a little bit code in our front end as well. So let's go to the API file. So now our front end we need to pass the token in request header. So here we have to adjust some logic. So API dot interceptor dot request dot use request. Then we have to check in our local storage. So local storage dot get item profile. So our token is stored in a local storage with the profile key. So if we have this thing in our local storage, then we're gonna add that token in our request header. So request dot headers dot authorization. So dot authorization is equal to bearer, and here we have to pass that token that we have in our local storage. So JSON dot parse local storage get item with the profile key, and here we can get our token. Okay, so we have adjusted this logic in our front end to basically provide this token in our request header, so that our auth middleware that we have created in our backend, it receives the token under this authorization. Okay, so we have added this authorization under the headers, as you can see that in our api.js file. Okay, and here we have to also do like return request. Okay, now let's try this one. So let's go into the browser, and now let's log in with the normal email password. So johndoe@gmail.com. Let's keep the password. Let's click on login. User is logged in. Now let's add one new tour. Let's keep the title like new tour. Again, let's keep description. Let's add tags like new tour. Okay, and let's select one image file, and let's click on submit. So you can see that our tour is added successfully, and let's verify now, and let's verify in our MongoDB whether we are getting the creator or not. So let's refresh this one. So overall we have 3 tours in our MongoDB. So now you can see that here we have got our the creator, in which we have stored the user ID. Okay, so this is the same user ID that we have in this user model. So you can see that with the John Doe we have this ID, so we are storing this ID under the creator. Okay, so with the help of this creator, we will basically determine which user is created this particular tour, and that tour we are going to display in our dashboard section. Okay, so I hope you are getting my point here. So now this two tour which we have created previously, I am going to delete because we don't have the creator property. So I'm just going to delete this one, and I will create one more tour with the Google sign in. Okay, so first I will delete those tour which don't have the creator property. So this tour also don't have the creator property, so let's delete this one. So let's add one more tour with the Google sign in. So first I'm going to log out, and let's log in with the Google. Let's create one more tour. So I'm going to give it like Google. Okay, let's give tag here like tour. Let's attach this image. Let's hit submit. So now tour is added successfully. Let's verify in our MongoDB. Let's refresh this one. So now we have 2 documents in this file, and you can see that this is the second tour that we have created with the Google login. So here we have also able to store the creator ID. So inside this 2DB we have stored the ID that is created by our Google user. Okay, so adding new tour in our application is done now. So guys, next thing we are going to display all the tours that we have in our MongoDB. So as you can see that in our MongoDB we have 2 tours. So first we are going to display all the tours on our home page, and we have already created the route in our backend. So you can see that in our routes folder, this route is responsible for getting all the tours that we have in our MongoDB. So we have already created this route at our backend. Now we have to use this route and get all the tour in our front end. So we are going to start working on our front end. So first I am going to start with the Redux part. So first I am going to create the API. So let's just copy this one, and this will be get tours. Okay, so get tours, remove this one, and it will be a get method. So API dot get. Okay, and here we don't need to pass any kind of body. Now we have to work on our tour/.js file. So here I'm just going to create a action, and this will be a get tours. Then this will be a get tour. Okay, and we can remove this one. We don't need all this thing, and but we need this one rejected with value. So you can see that we are getting this error. If this action doesn't receive any kind of parameter from our UI component, so you can simply give here underscore and comma, then only you will able to destructure this reject with value. So you have to do this if you are not providing any kind of parameter from our UI component during dispatching this action. Okay, and here it will be like remove. Okay, and here it will be empty, and the API we are using here like get tours. Okay, no need to give any kind of toast or navigate. So remove this one. Now this creating thing generate 3 promise. So we are going to handle 3 promise lifecycle in our extra reducer. So let's just copy this one, paste it here, and this will be get tours. Okay, this will be get tours, and we can remove this one, this array part. Okay, so it will be just only action.payload, and let's change this one as well, get tours. Okay, I think we are done with this file. So we have done the respective changes in this file in order to get all the tours that we have in our MongoDB. Now we have to work on our pages. Okay, so we are going to display all the tours that we have in our MongoDB in our home.js file. So here what we have to do, so first let's bring some component from material design Bootstrap. Okay, and here we are going to have MDB call, that means MDB column, MDB container, then MDB row, then MDB typography. Okay, and we also need to bring use dispatch and use selector from React Redux. So we need to bring that one, use dispatch and use selector. After that we also need to bring link from React Rotterdam. Okay, from React Rotterdam we need link, and here let's remove this one. Let's give one div, and inside that I'm going to provide some inline styling. Okay, so inline styling, it will be like margin. So margin will be the auto. Then padding I'm going to give here 15 pixel. Max width I'm going to give here 1000 pixel for now, and align content, it will be center. Okay, and above that, first I'm going to store the reference of use dispatch into a dispatch variable. Okay, and we have to also bring use effect from our React. So we wanted to basically dispatch an action whenever this home page get reload. So we are going to dispatch an action that is get tours. So VS Code automatically suggesting me some import. Okay, so you can see that we have to bring the get tour action from this tour slice. Okay, and after that we also need to extract the state from our store. So we have to use your use selector, and here we have to just spread out this one. So state dot tour, because our tour slice is registered with the tour key, so we need to destructure like tours and loading. Okay, and after that what we have to do, so if we have the loading, so we are going to show some kind of spinner. Okay, so for now I am just giving here like h2 loading. Okay, dot dot dot. So later we are going to have our spinner component, so we will work on that later. Now let's work on this return part. So after that we are going to have mdb row, and I'm going to give here class name empty5, and here I'm checking like if you don't have any tour in our MongoDB, so I just wanted to show some message to user like no tours found. Okay, so mdb typography, and here I'm going to give some class name like text center mb-0. After that this will be tag we can give here, so tag will be h2, and I'm going to give here like no tours found. So this message I wanted to show to the user. Now this is for if you don't have any tour in our MongoDB. After that, if we have a tour, so we are going to display all the tour in a card. So first I'm going to define mdb call here, and this mdb row will get closed here. Okay, and here it will be 0. Okay, now inside this mdb call we are going to use mdb container, and I'm going to use mdb row. So mdb row with the class name like row hyphen call 1 dot row calls hyphen md hyphen 3 dot g hyphen 2, and inside that we are going to show all the tours in a card component. So first let's check if we have the tour. So tours dot map, and here it will be index, and I'm going to have like let's give here like tour card. Okay, tour card. So basically we are going to display all the tour in a card component. So for now let's just see whether it's showing 2h2 tag with tour card or not. So let's go into the browser. So now you can see that we are getting 2 heading with the tour card because we have 2 tours in our MongoDB. So the next thing, we are going to work on our card component. So here I'm going to create one file like card tour, okay, .js. Let's generate some snippet. So here we need some MDB React UI component to build our card component. So let's bring first those components from our material design Bootstrap. So we need card, MDB card, then MDB card body, then MDB card title, not text, title, MDB card text, MDB card image, and MDB card group. And here we also need to bring link from our React router DOM. So let's bring that one as well. And I think link is not required in our home.js file. So let's remove this one. We don't need this link import. Let's go to our component card tour. Now this card tour basically is going to receive some props from our home.js file. So it's going to receive a props like image file, okay, description, then it will be received title. So all the fields that we have in our MongoDB like title, description, name, tags, image file, okay, all this thing is going to receive here, okay. So image file, description, title, tags, also ID we need, and name, okay. And after that we have to work on this return part. Now inside this return we are going to have MDB card group, then we are going to have MDB card component, so MDB card, and we are going to use class name h100 mt-2 d-sm-flex, okay. And we are going to have inline style, so it's gonna having like max width 20 RAM, okay. Inside this MDB card we are going to use MDB card image to show the image. So we are going to give here image file source, alternate we are going to give here title if we don't have any image, then position it will be top, style I'm going to give here like max width again 100%, and height I'm going to give 180 pixel, okay. Now after that we are going to have div with the class name top left. So we are going to define this styling in our index.css file, and here I'm going to have name, and here I'm going to use here span tag with the class name text -start tag -card, and again here I have to define the styling for this class name, that is tag -card in our index.css file, and we are going to have tags here, and here tags in the form of the array, so I'm going to use map, okay, and item is equal to hash ampersand item, okay, and I'm going to give here space. Let's format this one. Now after this span tag we are going to have MDB card body, so MDB card body, then we are going to have MDB card title, Okay, and here I'm going to have title of that tour, and we have to also specify Bootstrap class name here, so it will be text start. Now I'm going to have MDB card text, so I'm just going to copy, and this will MDB card text. Okay, so let's change this one, and here we are going to have description. So usually description is long, so here we are going to use excerpt. So I'm going to define one function here outside the return. So basically excerpt reduce the content of description on our card component, so that's why we are using excerpt here. So it will receive a string, and here we are going to check like if string dot length greater than 45, then here we are just going to do a substring. So str is equal to string dot substring. So we just wanted to show the first 45 word of the description, and after that we can just give here like 3 dots. So basically it will tell us that we have more content to read. Okay, so we are going to also have a read more link to read the more detail about the specific tour. After that we are going to return this one str. So we are going to use our excerpt that we have created, and inside it I'm going to pass the description. After that we are going to have a link. So the link is going to be inside this MDB card text only. So we are going to have link, and it's going to basically navigate towards the single tour page. So tour, and here I'm going to specify the ID. So this route is not registered yet, so we will register later once we start working on our single tour page. So here we can give here like read more. So if user wanted to read the specific tour, so he can just click on the read more and he will navigate toward the single tour page. So I think we are almost done here. So let's use this component in our home.js file. So let's use this component in our home.js file. So instead of showing tour card, so we can simply remove this one, and we can use here tour card. Okay, sorry, card tour. So VS Code automatically import that component, and first here we have to provide the key. So we can give here index, and we are just going to spread out all the item like this way. Let's save this one, and let's go into the browser. So now you can see that we have got all the tours that we have in our MongoDB in our card component. So it's looking good. So we have to just do some few adjustment, because we have added this extra class that we have to define the styling in our index.css file like top left and tag hyphen card. So let's go to the index.css file, and I'm going to paste the styling for that to class name. So guys, you can see that I have pasted the CSS code for this to class name that I have added in our card to.js file, that is top left and tag hyphen card. So you have to add this to class name in your index.css file. So I have added the styling here, you can see that. Now let's go into the browser. Now it's looking nice, you can see that over here. So if you click on read more, so you will basically navigate towards the single tour page. So till now we haven't registered that route. So the next thing we are going to work on our this single tour page only. So first we will create the route in our controller part. because we are going to get the tour based on the ID. So we have to work on our controller, then we have to register the route. So first we are going to work on that part. So now we have to work on our controller to get the single tour based on the ID. So let's go to the controller folder, and here we are going to have one more controller to get the tour based on the ID. So I'm just going to copy this one and let's paste it here, and this will be get tour, and here we are going to receive an ID in the request parameter. So request dot params, and we are going to have the ID. Okay, and here we are going to use like find by ID, and we can pass the ID, and we will get the single tour based on the ID from our MongoDB. Then we can pass this single tour as a JSON response. So we are passing this one, and the rest of the thing will be stay as it is. So our work is done on our controller part to get the single tour based on the ID. Now after that we have to register a API in our routes folder. So let's go to the tour.js file, and here I'm just going to copy this one, and this will be a colon ID because we are going to get the single tour based on the ID, and here we have to import the get tour controller. Okay, and again we are not going to use here auth because anybody can read the single tour. So user login is not required in order to read more about the specific tour. So this part we have completed. Now let's work on our UI part. So first I am going to work on our Redux part. So inside this Redux folder, first we have to work on our API. So it will be as it is, and here it will be get tour, and we are going to get the ID from our component, and here it will be template literal. So I'm just going to give here backtick. Okay, now let's work on tour/.js file. So again I'm just going to copy this one and let's paste it over here. So we are fetching the single tour based on the ID. So this will be get tour only, and this time we are going to receive only one argument, that is ID. So we don't need to use here object, so we can just give here ID, and this will be get tours, not get tours, and here it will be get tour, and we can pass the ID. Okay, now this create async thing will generate 3 promise lifecycle that we are going to handle inside this extra reducer. So let's copy this one, let's paste it over here, and it will be as it is almost. So we need to remove this S because we are working on getting the single tour based on the ID, and here we are not going to use this state, that is tours. We are going to use this one. So single tour we are going to store in an object. So let's remove this one, and I think that's it. So we have completed the logic in our tour/.js file. Now let's go to the pages folder, and here we have to create one more page to show the single tour. So let's give here like single tour .js, and first I'm going to generate a snippet here, and I'm going to give here some kind of heading like single tour, and let's register the route, and here I'm just going to copy this one, and it will be tour with the ID, and we are going to render the component single tour page. Okay, now let's first go into the browser and test this one. First let's go to the home page, So we are getting this tours in our home page. Let's click on read more. So it is getting hide inside this header. So we can give here some margin. Let's give here like class name empty-5. Now let's see. So now you can see that we have got our single tour. So it's getting hide here inside our header. So don't worry about that one. So this is working. So now we are going to work on our this single tour page. So we need to import some component from our material design Bootstrap. So we need component like MDB card, MDB card body, MDB card text, then MDB card image, MDB card container, sorry, MDB container, not card container, then MDB icon. Okay, and from React also we need use effect. So let's bring that one as well. Now from React Redux we need that use selector and use dispatch. Okay, after that we also need use param because we are going to capture the ID from the URL. So we need use param as well. After that we also need to use here movement because we are going to show date here. So let's bring movement from movement. So we have already created action, as you can see that in our feature tour/.js file, that is get tour. Okay, so get tour is responsible for fetching the single tour with ID. So here first we are going to store the reference of use dispatch into a dispatch variable. Okay, so const dispatch equal to use dispatch. After that we also need that single tour that is stored in our slice. Okay, so once you fetch the single tour from the backend, then it will get stored in the tour object. Okay, we also need to extract this tour from our store. Okay, so use selector, we can get like state dot tour. Okay, we also need ID. So from use param we need ID. After that let's remove this one and I'm going to use here fragment, and we have to use here use effect. So this use effect will run once we have the ID. Okay, so if you have the ID, then dispatch that get tour. Okay, so we need to use this get tour from our tour slice. Okay, so from here we need to get, so VS Code automatically import this get tour action from our tour slice, and here we have to pass the ID because this get tour accept a ID. Okay, you can see that, and we are passing this ID to our endpoint. So let's go back to single tour. So this use effect will run once we have the ID in our URL. So now we have the single tour in our tour object. After that I'm going to use here MDB container, and inside that I'm going to use MDB card. Okay, with the class name MB-3 empty-2. Okay, after that I'm going to use mdb card image, and here I'm going to have like position, so it will be top, then style, so I'm going to give here width 100% and max height I'm going to give here 600 pixel. Okay, and source, so I'm going to have like tour dot image file. Okay, and in case else, so we are going to have title if image is not available or if image is broken. So in alternate I am providing the title. After that I'm going to use mdb card body. Okay, not self closing, it will be opening and closing tag, and inside that first I'm going to have h3 tag in which I'm going to show like tour dot title. After that I'm going to have a span tag. Inside that I'm going to have p with the class name text hyphen start, and here I need to add one more class name, so I will add the styling in the index.css file, and here I'm going to give like created by, and here it will be like tour dot name. So after this span tag I'm going to have div. Okay, and I'm going to provide inline styling, that is float left. Okay, and inside that I am having span tag with the class name text hyphen start. Okay, and I am going to map the tags that I have. Okay, so tags basically present in the array, so we need to do like tour dot tags dot map item, then hash, then I'm going to give here item. Okay, I am going to give here break. Okay, and here I am going to have mdb card text. Okay, and here I am going to give one class name, Bootstrap class name, so it will be like text hyphen start empty hyphen 2, then mdb icon, and here I'm going to have inline styling, so I'm going to give here float left, margin 5 pixel, then far, then icon, so icon I'm going to use here calendar, so basically here we are going to show the date, so calendar hyphen alt, and the size will be the large, and here I'm going to use a small tag with the class name text muted. Okay, and here I'm going to use movement, so tour dot created at. Okay, from now. Now after this mdb text, next thing we have to show the description of the tour, so mdb card text, again I'm going to use here, and I'm going to use here class name like lead mb hyphen 0 text start. Okay, and here I can show the description of the tour. Okay, so let's save this one and let's go to the browser. So refresh this one. So we are not getting. So guys, let's do one thing here. So let's remove this question mark here. Okay, because it's taking some time. So let's remove this one, and here we can use like tour ampersand tour dot tags dot map. Okay, and here we can use simply tour dot created at and tour dot description. Now let's go into the browser, refresh this one. Okay, again we are getting this issue. So here what we can do one more level like tour dot tags dot map. Okay, now let's go into the browser. So guys, let's click on read more. So now we are able to successfully show the single tour on this page. Okay, so now we have to add some styling for this title that is created by. Okay, so let's go into the VS Code, and in index.css file we have to add one styling. So we have added this class name in this file, that is tour name here. So I have added the styling for that class name. Let's go into the browser, refresh this one. Okay, so now it's looking little bit good. So we have completed this part. So if user wanted to read more about this specific tour, so user click on read more and he will navigate towards the single tour page. So this is complete now. So the next thing, we are going to work on our dashboard page. So from dashboard we are going to perform the delete or update operation. So user can either delete the tour or update the existing tour, and in the dashboard we are going to show only those tours which is created by this logged in user. So first we have to work on our backend. So we will create an API which is responsible for fetching those tours which is created by this logged in user. So let's go into the VS Code and first create an endpoint. Then we will integrate that endpoint in our front end. Then we will able to display those tours which is created by this logged in user under the dashboard section. So let's go into the VS Code. So guys, first we are going to work on our controller to get the tour by our logged in user. So here I'm going to create one controller. So export const get tours by user. Okay, and this will be async. Request response. Then we are going to get the user ID from our front end. So we are going to pass this user ID in the request parameter. So we need this ID, and based on the user ID we are going to provide all the tour as a JSON to our front end. So first here we are going to check like if mongoose. So here what we have to do first, so we need to bring mongoose. Okay, and after that here we have to check mongoose dot types dot object ID if it's valid. So if it's not valid, because here we are checking like if it's not valid, this ID response dot status 404 dot JSON, and we can give message like if this ID is not valid, that means user is not exist in our MongoDB. So we can give message like user does not exist. Okay, after that const tour and await here, and we are going to use tour model dot find, and here I am going to get the tour based on the creator. So each tour have a ID, okay, with the creator. So with the help of this creator property, we are going to get all the tour that is created by our logged in user. So here we have got our all tour. So response dot status, and it will be 200 dot json and tours. Okay, here you can also specify like user tour, so you won't get confused. So here basically we are sending the response of the tours that is created by our logged in user. And here I'm going to add one more endpoint. So it will be get only, but this time the endpoint will be like user tours. Okay, and this will be the auth. Okay, because logged in user can only access this endpoint. So and here we have to give like get tour by user. Okay, so endpoint is created for getting those tours which is created by our user. Now we have to use this endpoint in our front end. So let's go to the front end, that is client, and first we are going to work on our Redux part, and we are going to start with our api.js file. And here we are going to just copy this one, and we are going to give like get tours by user, and we are going to get the ID from our component, and the endpoints now it will be user tours. Okay, user tours, and here we are going to provide the ID, that is user ID, not a tour ID. Okay, so this ID basically it's a user ID, not a tour ID, so don't get confused here. Now we have to basically work on our tourslide.js file, and here again I'm going to create one action, and this will be like get tours by user. Okay, and again it will receive an user ID from our component. So let's make here like user ID. Okay, so you won't get confused. And if you wanted to change the parameter here as well, so you can also change this one. Okay, so this will be user ID, not a tour ID. So let's give here user ID only, so that you won't get confused, and we don't need here this comment. Okay, so let's go to the tourslide.js file, and here it will be get tours by user, and the rest of the thing will be stay as it is, and this will be the get tours by user. Now this create async thing basically generated 3 promise lifecycle that we are going to resolve in our extra reducer. And here you can see that we have already defined the initial state for storing those tours which is created by our logged in user. Okay, so all those tours is going to store in this user tours. So first I'm going to just copy this one 3 lifecycle, let's paste it here, and this will be get tours by user. Okay, and this will be user tours. Okay, so guys, our Redux toolkit part is completed over here. So let's go to the dashboard page. So I think dashboard page is not created, so first let's create one dashboard page here. So dashboard.js, and I'm going to generate a React snippet here. Okay, and I'm going to register this dashboard page on our app.js file. So let's go to the app.js file. So we have to basically register a route here, and this will be dashboard. Okay, and we are going to place our component dashboard. So let's start working on this page to show all the tours that is created by our logged in user. So overall we have two tours, as you can see that in our home page. So this tour is created by Code with Vishal, and this tour is created by John Doe. So under dashboard section we are going to see only this tour, okay, which is created by our John Doe, not this tour. So under dashboard you will see only one tour, which is created by our John Doe, because John Doe is logged in our application. So let's work on our dashboard page. So first we need to bring some component from our material design Bootstrap. So let's bring those component, and here we need, first we are going to use card component, then we need card title, then we need MDB card text, okay, MDB card body, MDB card image, MDB row, MDB column, and we also need MDB btn and MDB icon, and last MDB card group. So all this component we need from our material design Bootstrap. Now we also need use selector and use dispatch from React Redux. So let's bring that one, use dispatch and use selector, and we also need link as well from our React router DOM. So link component is required. Now after that what we have to do, so you can see that in Redux Dev Tool, so in auth we have a user property in which we have our ID of that user. So we need this ID, okay. So with the help of this ID we are going to display only those tours which is created by this ID, okay. So this ID is registered with John Doe. So first what we have to do over here, so we need that user state, okay. So we are going to extract that user state with the help of use selector, and we are going to access this state with the help of state.auth, and then we are going to have our user, okay. Now, and we also need the user tours. So if you look at this Redux Toolkit, so inside this we have user tours. So inside this we will have only those tours which is created by our logged in user. So we also need this one. So let's extract those state as well. So to target those state we need to target state.tour. So we will get our users tour, user tours, okay, user tours. So you can also verify this one here in tour slice. So our initial state is user tours. So we need user tours and loading, okay. Now we need the ID of that logged in user. So let's give here like user ID and user result and ID, okay. Now we also need here use effect, okay. So this hook is required, and let's first store the reference of use dispatch into a dispatch variable, and the use effect will only run once we have the user ID, okay. So once we have this user ID, then only this use effect will run. So user ID, if we have, then let's dispatch that get user get tours by user. So we need to bring from our tour slice, and here we can pass this user ID. Okay, and for now let's save this file, and here you have to also give this question mark, so don't forget to put that one. Now let's save this file and let's go to the browser and let's open the Redux tab tool. So we are not getting anything over here because the action is not fired from our dashboard page. So we have issue here like no route match location with dashboard. So we have some issue in our app.js file. So the route will be dashboard. Okay, so let's save this file and let's go to the browser. Now let's refresh this one. Now let's open the Redux tab tool. Now you can see that action get fired here, that is get tours by user, and let's open this object. So now you can see that in user tours we have one object. Okay, so far now we have two tours in our application, and both tours is created by different user. So we have successfully able to store this tour which is created by our John Doe user. So now we have to display those tour which is created by John Doe. So after that, what we have to do, so let's go to the dashboard.js file, and now we are going to work on our return part. Okay, so let's remove this one, and I'm going to have one div, and I'm going to have some inline styling. Now inside this div we are going to have h4 tag with the class name text center. Okay, and I'm just going to show the logged in username here. Okay, so we can show those detail like this way: user dot result dot name. Okay, so we can also verify this one. So let's go to the browser. Now you can see that we have got our name here, John Doe. After that, what we have to do, so I'm going to give a char tag here. So here I'm just going to give some inline style, that is max width 570 pixel. Okay, after that, if you have the user tours, okay, then I'm just going to do a map here. So user tours dot map, I'm going to have the item, and inside that I'm going to use MDB card group. Okay, and here I'm going to have MDB card and with some inline styling. So style I'm going to give here like max width, so it will be around 600 pixel, and key is gonna be like item dot underscore id, and class name I'm going to give margin top -2. Inside this class I'm going to have MDB row with the class name g-0. Okay, now inside this I'm going to have MDB column, and I'm going to give here MD, so MD will be 4. After that I'm going to have my card image. Okay, so class name I'm going to give here rounded, then we have to provide the source of image, so we can give here like item dot image file. Okay, in alternate we are going to give item dot title. and I'm going to pass a prof here like fluid. So for now let's just format this one. Okay, now after this MDB column I'm going to have one more column. Okay, with the MD8. Okay, so we have divided the 12 column, so 4 column is used for image and 8 column is used for the content. Okay, like sort, description, delete icon or update icon. So all this is going to contain inside the 8 column. Now after that I'm going to have MDB card body, and after that MDB card title. Then I'm going to give here class name text start, then item dot title. After that I'm going to use here MDB card text. Okay, and here I'm going to use class name with the text hyphen start, and I'm going to use here a small tag with the class name text muted, so it will be muted. Okay, text muted. And again I'm going to use here excerpt, so excerpt. So we need to bring the logic for this excerpt from our home.js file. So let's go to the home.js file. So excerpt logic is present inside this card tool. So let's go to this component and let's just copy this one. Let's go to the dashboard.js file and let's paste it here, and this time I'm just going to reduce this to 40. Okay, okay. After that what we have to do, so I'm going to have one div. Okay, and I'm going to have some inline styling here, so margin left, so margin left I'm going to give here 5 pixel. Float I'm going to give here right. Margin top I need to give here minus 60 pixel. Okay, now I'm going to use here button. Okay, so button, and with the class name, so I'm going to give class name here empty-1. Let's give tag, so a I'm going to give here color none, and we will have onClick method, but we will write those logic later. So for now inside this button we are going to have icon. Okay, so MDB icon, and it will be a font awesome icon. Now we are going to have icon with the trash style I'm going to give here, so I'm going to use some color here, hash dd 4b39. okay, and the icon size will be the large. Okay, now we are going to have icon for update as well, so let's format this one first, and I can just copy this one entire thing. Okay, and I can just paste it over here, and we don't need to use here btn because update is gonna take place on the form page, so here we have to use link. Okay, and let's just cut this one and paste inside this, and here we can use to, and it will navigate towards the edit tour page. So edit tour, and we can give the ID here, so item dot underscore ID, and the icon will be here edit, and the color will be the different for this edit icon. So it will be like 55 AC double E. Okay, and we have to give some margin left as well. So margin left, I'm going to give here around 10 pixel. Let's save this one, and this route is already registered. So if you go back to app.js file, so for editing tour it's already registered because we are using the same page to add the new tour or update the existing tour. So let's first go to the browser. Okay, so this is working, and if you click on edit icon, so you will navigate towards the add tour page. Okay, and let's go to the dashboard. So our dashboard page is completed about 50%. So I'm going to add one more tour over here. So let's first select the image that we are going to add. So I'm going to select this Taj Mahal. Okay, and let's give the title like Taj Mahal, and I'm going to paste some content over here. So let's add some tag over here like India, UP, it is present in Agra. So let's add this tag and let's submit this one. And now let's go to the dashboard. So now we have a two tours. Okay, you can see that. So this tour is created by our John Doe user, and this is also responsive. So if you decrease the screen size, so let's decrease this one. So you can see that this is also a responsive. Okay, so the next functionality we will be working on deleting the tour and updating the existing tour. So before implementing this functionality, we have to work on some more stuff, like we have to work on our spinner component, and we have to also protect our route as well, because if you log out from this application, so now user is log out, and from the header section user cannot able to navigate towards the add tour page, but he can easily navigate towards the add tour page by just modifying this URL. Okay, so if you modify this URL to add a tour, so now you can see that he is able to navigate towards this add tour page, which is we don't want in this application. So we are also going to protect this route this way as well. So first we are going to start working on our spinner component, which is required on our home page as well as on dashboard page. So first let's log in into this application with the John Doe. So John Doe @gmail.com 1 2 3 4 5 6. So let's go to the VS Code, and in component folder we are going to have our spinner component. So spinner.js, and let's generate a React snippet over here. So after that we need to bring a spinner component from our material design Bootstrap. So we need to bring this MDB spinner, and inside that I'm going to use that one, MDB spinner, and I'm going to give here class name me-2, and style I'm going to give here width 3 RAM, height let's give here 3 RAM, margin top I'm going to give here around 100 pixel, and inside this MDB spinner I'm going to have a span tag with the class name visually hidden. Okay, and let's just give here loading with 3 dot. Okay, let's save this file and use this spinner component in our home.js. So you can see that here for now we are just simply showing loading in h2 tag. So let's remove this one and we can use here our spinner component. Okay, and the same thing I'm going to use here in dashboard page as well, because we have already bring the loading from our state.tour. So let's use here. Let's save this file and verify whether this loading is working or not. So we have to bring this spinner component. So let's just go to the home.js file. Let's copy this import statement. Let's go to dashboard.js file, put it here. Now let's go to the browser, refresh this one. So we got spinner. Okay, so there is issue with this spinner. So let's go to the spinner.js and here we are missing. Okay, so it will be hidden. So and was missing. Now let's go to the browser, verify this one. So now we have got our proper spinner. Let's go to the dashboard. Here we also got a spinner component. So spinner component is completed over here. Now we are going to work on our protected route. Now let's start working on the protecting our route in this application. So first we need to create couple of components here. So first we are going to have like loading to redirect. So if user is not logged in, he will basically navigate towards the login page, and then we are going to have one component with the private route. Okay, private route dot j. So basically we are going to create our own route component over here. So first we are going to start with this loading to redirect, and let's generate a snippet here, and let's bring here use state and use effect, and we also need use navigate from our React router DOM. So from React router DOM we need use navigate, and first let's define one state. So count, set count, use state. So initial value will be the 5, and I need one use effect here. Okay, and in the dependency we are going to pass the count as well as navigate. Okay, so here we have to store the reference of use navigate into a navigate variable. Now after that, here inside this use effect we are going to have interval. So const interval is equal to set interval, and inside that I'm just going to use set count current count. So the counter will start from the 5 and it will get down to the 0. So current count. So here we are decreasing the count. So after 5 seconds basically you will navigate towards the login page if user is not authorized, and once the count reach to the 0, then we wanted to basically navigate towards the login page. Okay, and then here we have to also clear the interval. So return clear interval, and we can pass here interval. Okay, now inside this div, so inside this return we are going to have one h5 tag, and we can give a message like redirecting you in. So each second this counter will get decreased. Okay, so here we have to pass the count value, and let's just give like seconds. Okay, so you will get a message like redirecting you in 5 4 3 2 1. Like this way you will get the message. So let's save this file and let's go to the private route here. So let's first generate a snippet over here. So first we need to bring the use selector from our React Redux. Okay, then we need that user state value with the help of use selector from our state.auth. So let's first get the logged in user. Okay, so with the help of this way we will determine whether user is logged in or not. So here what we can do, and this private route is going to accept a children. So if user is logged in, so we are just going to render the children whatever that route is rendering, and else we are going to just show the loading to redirect component. Okay, now let's use this private route in our app.js file. Okay, so home is not a private route, login is not a private route, register is not a private route, so add edit tool will be the private route. So what we can do here, so we can have here our private route. So VS Code automatically import that private route component, and we can just copy this one and we can just paste it here. And the same thing we are going to apply for the edit tour as well, because only authorized user can edit the tour or add a new tour, and single tour route anybody can access, so no need to wrap with the private route. And this dashboard is also required because only logged in user can access the dashboard page. So let's adjust this, so let's remove this one and it will be the dashboard. So let's verify this one whether it's working or not. Let's go to the browser. First refresh this application. So we don't have any issue. Let's log out. So now user is logged out, and let's try to access the add tour. So let's go to the add tour. So we are not able to see the message because it's get hidden inside this header component. So what we can do over here, so let's go to the loading to redirect, and we can give some inline styling like margin top 100 pixel. Okay, now let's verify this one again. Let's go to the add tour page again. So now you can see that user will redirect to the login page in 5 seconds. So we have also protected the route this way as well in this application. So this thing we have completed. Now the next thing we are going to work on deleting the tour and updating the existing tour. So first we are going to work on our backend, because we need to create an endpoint and we need to add the logic in controller. So first we are going to start with our backend only, then we will work on our front end. So first let's go to the controllers file for our tour. Okay, and here I am going to create one controller for deleting the tour. So export const delete tour. This will be the async. It will receive request and response, and we are going to get the ID in the request parameter. So we need an ID to delete a tour. Now first I am going to verify whether this tour ID is valid or not, and we can give a message here like no tour exists with ID, and we can give the ID here as well. So we can use here template literal, and we can just give the ID here. Okay, after that we are going to await and tour model find by ID and remove, and we can pass the ID, and we can give here response like something tour deleted successfully. Okay, and we can also put inside this try catch. Okay, try catch block. So inside this try we are going to put all this content, and here in case of error we can use here like first let's give here error, and we can just copy this one. Okay, so for delete tour is completed. Now let's write the logic for updating the existing tour as well. So here I'm just going to copy this one, and this will be update tour, and this time we are going to receive some more stuff in our request body. So request dot body, and we are going to receive like title, description. Okay, title, description, creator, image file, and tags. Okay, and first here we are validating whether this ID is exist or not. So this is done already. Now what we have to do, so const updated tour, and here you can just give here like creator, not create tour, creator, title, description, tags, image file, and ID, it will be this ID. Okay, after that here we have to use the method like find by ID and update. So we can pass the ID, updated tour we can pass here, and we can give a new to true. Okay, so with the help of this query it will update the existing tour with the new details. Okay, and here we have to pass updated tour, not update tour, and in the JSON response we can pass the updated tour. Okay, and I think we are done with the logic for deleting the tour and updating the existing tour. Now we have to register our endpoint. So let's go to the route. We can just copy this one 2 times because we are going to delete the tour and update the existing tour based on the ID. So first we have to provide the auth middleware, and this will be delete tour. Okay, and it will be delete, and for update we are going to use patch, and here also we have to provide the auth middleware, and it will be the update tour. So VS Code automatically import all this controller from our controller file. So we are done with the backend logic part. Now let's work on our front end. So first we are going to start with our Redux part. So first let's perform the delete operation. So I'm going to start working on our api.js file. So we can just copy this one, and this will be like delete tour. It will receive an ID from our component, and this will be api.delete. So we are done with our API part. Let's go to the tour/.js file, and here we have to write our action. So first I'm just going to copy this one. Let's paste it over here, and this time we are deleting the tour. So let's keep the name here delete tour, and the action type will be the delete tour. And here we are going to receive ID as well as toast. So we are receiving here more than 2 parameters from our component. So we are going to pass these 2 parameters in the form of object. So we are going to get ID and toast, and we can use here delete tour API. Okay, and we can pass ID. We can give here like toast.success. So the message will be like tour deleted successfully. Okay, now we need to resolve the 3 lifecycle that is generated by this create async thing in our extra reducer. So I'm just going to copy this one. Let's paste it over here. So this will be like delete tour. Okay, now once you make API request for deleting the tour, so it will get delete from our MongoDB, but we have to also update our UI part as well. So here we have to write some more logic in our extra reducer. So here what we have to do first. So first what we have to do. So first we have to destructure from action.meta, and from action.meta we need argument. Okay, that is argument. So this property we will have inside our this action.meta, and I will explain this one everything. So let's just put here console log. Okay, so you might get wondering over here like what is argument. So argument nothing but it will contain the tour ID. Okay, so here I'm just putting the action. Okay, you will understand later once we delete one tour from our application. So if we have this property, so this property basically contains the ID of that tour. So we have to update our user tours. Now here what we have to do, so state.userTour is equal to state.userTours dot filter. So here we have to use filter method, item dot underscore id, item dot underscore id. If it is not matching with this argument property, so argument is containing our tour ID, so we have to filter out that tour. So we have to write this additional logic, so this way it will get updated from both end. Okay, same thing you can also do for the tours array, because this tours array contain all the tour that we have in our MongoDB. So you can also update this one as well. So what I can do here, I can just copy this one, and this time I can do like state.tours. So it will get updated from both screen. So you can do this one as well. Now we are done with the logic in our Redux for deleting the tour. So let's go to the dashboard, because from dashboard only user can delete the tour. So here we have a trash icon, and inside that we are going to have our onClick method. Okay, and we can have one method like handle delete, and we can just pass the ID. Let's define this function outside this return. So const handle delete, it will receive an ID. And first I wanted to prompt a user confirm dialog box like, are you sure that you wanted to delete that tour? So window.confirm. So we can give a message like, are you sure you want to delete this tour? So if you click OK, then he will get inside this if condition, and from here we can dispatch an action. So delete tour, so we need to bring this delete tour action from our tour slice, and we have to pass the ID as well as toast. So toast we have to bring from our React Toastify. So from React Toastify we need to bring toast. Okay, now let's go to this action first, whether everything is correct or not. So we are getting ID and toast from our dashboard page. So this is all look good. Now let's go into the browser and let's go to the dashboard page. Let's open the console as well. Okay, let's clear out this one. Now let's delete this first tour. Let's click on OK. So here we got the message like tour deleted successfully, but it's not getting deleted. So we will fix this problem. So first let's focus on this console log. So here you can see that in our meta we have an argument property, and inside that we have the ID. So that's the reason it's not getting updated from our UI part. So if you refresh this application, it might get deleted already. So you can see that from MongoDB it's getting deleted successfully, but from our UI it's not getting reflected. Okay, so what we can do here, so let's first add one tour. So I'm just going to give a test. Let's add one image here. Let's give a test. Let's hit submit. Let's go to the dashboard. Okay, now what we have to do, so first let's go to the VS Code. So from UI we have to update the data. So here we have to go one more level. So we have to destructure the ID, and if we have the ID then we can do like this way. Okay, so let's give your ID instead of argument. Let's try this way now. Once again, refresh this one. Let's delete this one. So now this time is deleted successfully from our UI as well. So delete operation is working now. The next operation we are going to work on our updating the existing tour. So first I am going to start working on our Redux part, because we have already write the controller part for updating the existing tour in our backend. So we have to work on our front end only. So I'm going to start with the Redux part only. So we are going to update the tour. So I'm going to start with the api.js file. So I'm just going to copy this one. This will be like update tour. Okay, so this will receive two arguments, that is updated tour data. Okay, and we can pass this one in the body, and this will be the patch. Okay, now let's work on our tourslide.js file. So you can just copy this one and we can just paste it over here, and this will update tour. Action will be the update tour. This will be the update tour, so our action type will be the update tour, and this will receive id along with updated tour data. Okay, it will also receive navigate as well. Okay, so after updating the tour, we wanted to navigate towards the home page as well. So first update this API, so it will be update tour, and we have to pass updated tour data along with the ID. Message will be like tour updated successfully, and you can also give here deleted. Okay, and after successfully updating the tour, we wanted to navigate towards the home page, so we can also do this one as well. Now this creating thing will generate 3 from its life cycle. So again we are going to handle inside our extra reducer. So I'm just going to copy this one because it will be exactly same. So we have to update this one first. So this will be update tour. So this API will update in our MongoDB, but we have to also update in our UI as well. So we have to add the additional logic in our extra reducer. So this time we are going to use map. Okay, so map, if it's matched with the ID, so here we are going to give like action dot payload. Okay, else item. So this will be the map. Same thing will goes for the tours array as well. So if it's match with the ID, then it will be the action dot payload, else it will be the item. So we wanted to update from both end, that is backend and front end. So this will update in our front end, and once you dispatch an action, then it will get also updated from the MongoDB as well. So we have to update from the both end. So I think we are done with the logic over here. Now the next thing what we have to do, so let's first go to the UI. So let's first go to the dashboard, because from only dashboard user can update the existing tour. So if you click on this edit icon, you will navigate towards the edit tour route, and we have to update few things, like we have to update the title, so it will be update tour, and we have to also populate the existing value of this tour into each respective input field, and we have to also update the value of button. So the button value get changed from submit to update, the title will update tour, and we have to populate the existing data into each respective input field. So first we have to do all this thing, then we will perform the update operation. So first let's go to the add edit tour, because from this page we are adding the new tour or updating the existing tour. So first we need to bring here use param from our React router DOM, because we need the ID that we have in our URL. You can see that. So we need to grab this ID with the help of use param. So let's first have the ID with the help of use params. So now we have the ID. Okay, after that what we have to do, So first we have to populate the data of tour into each respective input field. So let's see whether we have a use effect. So we are going to have one use effect here, and this use effect will only run once we have the ID. Okay, so if you have the ID, then we are going to get our single tour. Okay, so single tour we can get from our tours. Okay, so we need to bring the tours as well here. Okay, so tours dot find. Okay, and tour, we can give a tour, and tour dot id, if it's match with that id, that means we have got our single tour. And then we can do like set tour data single tour. Okay, so let's first see whether we are able to populate the existing tour value or not into each respective input field. So first let's go to the dashboard. Let's click on this one. So it's not populating. So let me see what is happening. Okay, the problem is, since we are navigating from our dashboard page, so we have to get from our user tours. Okay, not tours. So it will be user tours. So let's put it here, user tours, because we are navigating from our dashboard page, not home page. So now let's go into the browser. Let's go to the dashboard first. Let's click on edit icon. So we are successfully able to populate the existing data of tour into each respective input field, and you cannot populate the image file here. So you can only update the title, description, tags, and you can also add a new image as well. So first we are going to update the title and the value of button. So what we can do here, so if we have the ID, that means user is updating the existing tour. So the title will be like update tour. Okay, and if you don't have ID, that means user is adding a new tour. The same thing will goes for the button as well. So if we have the ID, that means user is updating. So value of button will be the update, and if you don't have ID, that means user is adding the new tour. So submit, so it will be submit. Okay, now let's go into the browser and verify this one first. So now title is getting updated from update tour, and the button value is also getting updated. Now after that, what we have to do, so here we have to adjust our existing logic in our handle submit. So first we have to check here, like if you don't have the ID, that means user is adding the new tour. So we can dispatch like this way. Okay, else that means user is updating the existing tour. So this time I wanted to dispatch a different action, that is update tour. So we have to bring this update tour action from our tour/.js file, and here we have to pass the argument like if you check the action, so we are passing ID, updated tour data, toast, and navigate. So we have to pass 4 things. So ID, updated tour data, and toast. Okay, then navigate. Okay, and handle clear will be the common for both action. So we wanted to basically clear out the each input field after submitting the form. So we can give it try. Okay, so let's go into the browser. So let's first click on this edit icon, and let's update the title only, and let's click on update. So now you can see that we have got the toast notification that is tour updated successfully, and here also it's got updated. You can see that title is got updated, and if you refresh, that means it also get updated in our MongoDB. So if you look at MongoDB, so let's refresh this one. So you can see that it's getting updated in our MongoDB as well. So we are done with the update operation in this application as well. The next thing we are going to work on our not found page. So if user provided some random URL in the browser, then we have to show some kind of message like not found. Okay. So let's go to the VS Code first, and here you can see that in a image folder I have one image. Okay, 404. If URL is not matching, then we have to show that page. Okay, so in pages I'm going to have one file that is not found.js and RFC. So let's generate a React snippet, and inside this div I'm going to have one image tag. Okay, so I'm going to give here source image 404.jpg and eld, so it will be not found. Okay, let's add this route if there is no route match in our application. So I'm going to have route path, so it will be star element. So let's bring the not found component. Now let's go into the browser, refresh this one first. Let's keep some random route. Okay, so now we are showing that page not found. So we don't have any route register with this name in our app.js file. So we have to show some kind of error message like page not found. So this is also completed in our application. Now before wrapping this video, so we have some issue in this current application. So let's look into those issue first before wrapping this video. So let's see all the issue one by one. So I have opened my console log here. Okay, and if I go to this add tour, you will notice that we are getting this some kind of warning in our console log. So let's fix this one. So in our add tour.js file, what we have to do, so we have used here HTML input tag. So instead we can use here MDB input. Okay, and here also we can use MDB input. And since we are using here material design input, so we don't need to provide this style. Okay, instead we can pass here props like text area, and to increase the height of input field we can give here like rows. Okay, so we can give here 4. So let's first see this issue is resolved or not. So refresh this one. So now this issue is gone. So warning is gone from our console log. Now we have to also work on little bit validation. So if you click on submit, so you can see that we are not getting the error message for this tag component because we are not using material design bootstrap component. So that's the reason we are not getting any kind of error message when the tag field is empty. So here we are using material UI core component. So we have to provide our own custom error message for this tag component. So what we can do over here, so I'm going to define one state for that tag component. So let's give here like tag error message and tag error message. and initially it will be the null. Now what we have to do, so in handle submit we have to also check one more thing, like if tag is empty, so like if tags dot length, so if it's empty, because tag is array, you can see that we have defined the initial state of tag is array, so we can use this one tags dot length. Then we can do like set tag error message, and we can give message like please provide some tags. Okay, now we have got our tags, and we can display that error message below this cheap input component. So first we are going to check like if we have the tag error message, and I'm going to use one class name with tag error message, and inside that I'm going to show the error message for tag. Now we need to specify the styling for this class name in our index.css file. So let's go to the index.css file, and here I'm going to paste the styling for that class name. So guys, I have pasted the CSS styling for this class name tag error message. Okay, and one more thing we have to do in our addEdit2.js file. So the error will get disappear once user provide the tags. So in handle add tag we can give here like set tag error message, so it will be set to null. So let's go into the browser, refresh this one, and if you don't provide any value in each input field, so you will get the error message. So this is working. So let's give here tag like test. Okay, so error now gone, and let's give here test. Let's give title here test. Let's upload one image. So everything is working as expected. Now we have one more issue in this application. So if you navigate towards the dashboard page, we have one more warning message in our console. So let's fix this one as well. So let's go to the dashboard.js, and here what we can do, so instead of providing key in this, we can provide key here. Okay, let's save this file. Let's go to the browser. Now refresh this one. So now we don't have that warning message in our console log. So this issue is also gone. Now let's go to addEdit2.js, and let's remove this unused component. Let's check other file as well, whether we have any unused component or not. So I think it's fine for other file. Let's verify each file one by one. So I don't think we have any unused component that we have left in any file. So I think that's it from this video. We have successfully able to build our tour application using Mongo, Express, React and Node.js. And I hope you have learned a lot from this video, and I will try to upload upcoming features like search functionality, like functionality, getting tour by tags, pagination, deployment and many more. So all these features I will upload as soon as possible in next video. So please press the like button if you have enjoyed watching this video with me, and please subscribe the channel as well. So thank you so much guys for watching this video. Bye bye.